Wah. Hi, Rico. Gal. Morning, gal. Afternoon. Gal evening. I wonder if I'm too... Oh, hold on. Wah. No. I've been like messing around with this. I'm like, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire in my prosthetic hands on the desk. But good morning, gal afternoon, gal evening. Thank you so very much, guys, for joining me for the middle of the hecking week. I hope your week has been treating you super duper duper well. I hope you had a terrific Tip of Tuesday. And I hope you're gonna have a terrific Tip of Thursday. You know, that's really convenient that a lot of the days start with T, huh? But I hope you have a wacky Wednesday. I don't know. Sorry, there's really nothing for Wednesday. Wait, is today Wednesday? Oh gosh. Sorry. I promise I'm orientated to time. Wait, yeah, time, place, and person. I definitely said that backwards. Any medical professional is going to heck me on the spot. I just woke up so early and I feel like I did so many things, so I'm like I feel like I'm slightly disorientated to be like, hey Cubs, I've been awake since 8 o'clock this morning, but did you know it's only 12? I did so much. I biked, I got unstinky, I did a little face mask, I did my guasha. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I cooked food, I made eggs, the sunny side with the bread. I watched Sea Dog VA play this wacky PlayStation 2 game that's voice activated. I got to pet baby peas. Today's been good. So I'm like, whoa, it's only 12. The only like bad thing today is so for the Cubs who were here yesterday, basically TLDR, my exam had the potential to be moved up to Thursday, or moved later, not up, down to Thursday instead of Wednesday because of some scheduling thing and you know. So it's like, sure, whatever, okay. No, my teacher said, haha, no, you go today at 6:45. So Cubs, guess what we're doing today? We are going to be cramming till 6:45. Well, 6:30, 6 o'clock-ish. Because I need to look dressed, and apparently what I'm wearing is not formal enough. She wants like a blazer and everything like that. So I need to look fancy, and I need to be prepared to wear the... I need to be prepared, as my classmate says, to wear brown pants in case I poop myself. She has me a question on the spot. Defecation. It's like, oh, my classmate is so funny. I'm just like, it's okay, we're gonna be okay. But yeah, we have to dress up, so it truly is what it is. But it's okay. We're gonna be so prepared because Cubs, we have 164 pages of notes to go through, and then I'm like, I'm not gonna worry about the baby basics. I'll start on set 3 and then we'll work our way down. But it turns out set 3 actually starts at page 45. So we're on page 45 out of 166. Sorry, correction. And so we're gonna be here for a little bit. But that's okay, because you know what? We have the endurance to push through. We've been doing so good this week with studying. All of this is going to be so familiar, except these are not my notes. Normally we review my notes. These are my classmates' notes because they are like, hey, I have a golden guide. And I'm like, brother, I'll take anything at this point, because I was trying to get like the answers and do stuff on my own. And so some of the formatting might be mine in there because I just copy and pasted a few notes before starting the stream, but I can't guarantee anything. Anyway, but let me say my hellos before we get started because we are going to be here for so long. The only thing that's gonna stop us is probably the ad break, so we're not really doing formal pomodoro. I'm so sorry today. You're still more than welcome to use the super sweet bot if you still want to be productive and be like, hey, I'm doing my part. And I'm like, gamer, I'm so proud. But every hour we'll take a little 3-minute break just to let ads play, and then I get a little mental break to be like, oh, the spine. Anyway, I see so many friends. Hello, gamers, comers, welcome. Sorry. Alright, now say my hellos. Hi. Point rat. Brother, if my hands can move, I would point back. Politely, of course, because pointing is considered rude. I'll never forget. Okay, sorry, this is so random. I'm so sorry. When Rip came to visit, I'm like, wait, please. I don't know if it's a European thing or it's just Rip. It might be just Rip. I love Rip, by the way, if you haven't. She's in Japan right now for 3 weeks. If you don't know this hyena, now you do. But we went to, we were just going out and we went to like an amusement park, and we were walking behind this couple and they had holes in their pants, and she was like pointing at it and she's like, don't they look homeless? And I'm like, Rip! She's like pointing. I was like, Rip, don't point! Don't say that! They're an earshot! Don't say stuff like that! Not that they're gonna do anything, but I'm just like, what? That's just a style, okay? They're matching, let them be happy. But she's just pointing, and I'm like, I personally could not do that. I would be like, hey, remember those people we walked behind earlier? Wasn't it cute that they're matching? You know, like at a later time. Oh, no filter on that hyena. Oh, she's so funny. There's other stuff too. One last thing. This is not the shame Rip, by the way. I just sometimes get very shocked. I'm like, Rip! But they're very funny embedded memories. I guess I just miss her. When I went to go visit her in Austria, over Thanksgiving break, conveniently, Baby Metal was performing there, so I got to see Baby Metal with her, New, Kaptu, Cal, Ryan, of course, and yeah, that's everyone. I felt like there was another person, but we ended up talking to these two girls who were very cute. They ended up talking because they had Genshin merch, and I don't know anything about Genshin, but Rip and you were like, oh my goodness, and I'm just like, girls. Anyway, when we were leaving the concert, there was someone with a little Among Us charm. And Rip was gonna grab it from their back to be like, oh, I really like your charm. I'm like, Rip, don't touch anything of this! Get away from her! Oh, don't grab anyone's don't! So, yeah, that's always fun and exciting. I can't believe I got all that from a rat point emoji, but that's fine. Anyway, enough excitement for my heart today, I guess. Anyway, all fun memories. Hi, Rebel. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome as well. Let's go. We're going. I'm so motivated because I saw Caleb was streaming. Do I have this? Can I just pop his stream over? Look at that. look at him study. I'm so proud. I'm like, okay, if he's doing that, I guess I have to too. So shout out. I'll do a formal shout out to Caleb because that's that's how I recognized they were also streaming. So I was like, oh, Caleb, you're streaming. Good job, gamer. I'm so proud. They're doing more medical stuff. They're basically doing what I'm doing, but more medical while I'm doing more physical. So if you're interested in doing any of that, and you can read German, but they're giving their notes out in English. But if you like the kind of formatting, Caleb does a lot of education streams as well. So please feel free to check it out. Okay. Hi, Double. Hi. Howdy, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. And hi, friend. Hi. Let's go. We're going. Go. Caleb, you don't have to shout me out. Thanks, gamer. Anyways, have a good stream. Anyway, so now that I'm done with that, anyway, hi, hi, gamer. Thank you so very much for the alert. Please enjoy. Hi, biggest of hams, gamer. Gamer, so you get to see the skibbity toilet meme? Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Today's the day of references, and that's all I got. Today's the day of references. If you have not seen Skibbity Toilet, you're really missing out. I wanna put it here, but I don't. Do you think it will? What do you think it'll do? Hold on. Oh wait, I could play it here. We're okay. We're okay. I'm so not used to sharing my screen. I have to apologize. Oh wait, but the boss would know. Oh, whatever. She's just so perfect. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, biggest of hands. Anyway. Hi, Nona. Hi. Thank you for the tipadara. Welcome on in. Welcome, gamer. And Dingus. Hi. Tip of the afternoon to you? Oh my goodness, it is 12, right? Huh? Tip of the afternoon to you as well, Dingus. Hi, Dingus. I hope you're doing super well, gamer. I hope your day goes wicked. Oh, it's going so wicked. Wicked awesome. That's what the W in Wednesday stands for now. Oh my goodness. But welcome and hi, Baz. Baz, are you super excited for your birthday today? Happy birthday, Baz! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bazusa. Happy birthday to you, Tata. Cubs, do you know Baz's birthday is happening today and also tomorrow and also May. I don't want to say 4th. May 5th. So please look forward to Baz's celebration. I can't wait to celebrate Baz's birthday in July. Okay. No, I'm a little late. Oh my goodness. But thank you and welcome. Happy birthday. Purple, hi. Welcome in as well, gamer. Thank you so much for the Dre stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bata, hi. Thank you so much for the self-care checks. My posture is so good right now. My inhalation, we can work on stacked breathing. We learned that in cardio palm. I won't do it though. But thank you for the redeem and the hydrate. Oh, brother, I'll take that. I checked some coffee a little bit before stream. I don't know where I was going with that statement, but I'm just gonna sip water. Probably something along the line like, I should probably drink more water. But good morning. Tazzle, hi. Hi, Tippa, big fan. Tazzle, are you excited about our collab after finals? Aren't you excited? Hi, Tazzle, I hope you're well. Oh my goodness, gamer. Oh my goodness. Nona says Tippa has a laptop and a PowerPoint. Wouldn't have it any other way, but I would. Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna talk about stuff for 6 hours straight. Are you ready for the ultimate yap session? So excited. Hi, Apple. Hi, gamer. Welcome in as well. Welcome. Oh, and Hack, thank you for the head pats. Did my head pats go through? If they didn't, I'm so sorry. I might have been oblivious to it. I was oblivious. But thank you. Hi, Mona. Hi, gamer. I hope you're doing super well. Welcome. Oh my goodness, Jen, gamer. Welcome back. Hi. Oh, whoa, good morning to ya. Welcome, or good afternoon. Also good evening. You know, time zones and something like that, I'm sure. But yes, Robo, tonight I do have to dress up. Like, it could be party on the top. Wait, no. It could be business on top, party on the bottom. Like, I don't need to wear pants. Like, I don't wear pants anyway, because I wear a skirt. But but I have to have like a formal top, blazer, and do something with my hair. So I need a little bit of time to get ready for that. So tee haha ho ho. Dressing up for an exam? I know it's like it's almost like a presentation, but not really. I'll do another little sippy. Thank you, Hack, for the hydrate. Man, I love sipping my water bottle through straws. Thank you. Alza, hi. You only need 3 more pages? Yeah, only 3 more pages. Jen, don't ignore your teacher. Pay attention to your lectures. Pay attention. Gamer, it's not gonna be any better here. But yeah, thank you for sharing the biggest skibidi toilet hamster on Twitch. Of course, I have to share the biggest skibidi toilet hamster on Twitch. It would be like a ruined opportunity to not share the good word of skibidi. Sorry, biggest skibidi toilet hamster on Twitch. Oh my goodness. But yeah, happy birthday, Luna. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Welcome on in, gamer. And hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Cubs, did you believe? In less than 30 minutes, I caught up with chat? This is crazy! Okay, but I guess we should get into business, because I know it's like, hey, Tipanya, you have 6 hours. Chill out. No, unfortunately, I cannot chill. Second of all, it's actually not enough time. And 3, 166 pages of notes! So we'll try our very best today. Big smiley emoji. I also have the help of a few little copy-pasted statements, because sometimes I feel like with a lot of these things that we're getting into might be a little bit more technical. So I kind of googled, hey, explain this concept, but if I was like 5, so it can be in very layman's terms. And this is not to demean either myself or any of the cubs listening. I just think it's very important to simplify a not so inherent concept, I guess. Inherent? Is that the right word? Like, yeah, I know we all have a body, but I realize, hey, if I said, hey, I'm gonna push down on your sacrum on like one of my friend is like, what is the sacrum? And I'm like, oh boy, buddy, oh pal. Oh boy. You what? Go look at a skeleton. But then I realized not everyone looks at a skeleton. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Anyway, not the point. Point is, it's just really important to simplify it. You're gonna kick my coccyx? Don't do that! First of all, that's gonna hurt. Second of all, Baz, we were talking about manipulations for that area, and they have to put like a finger up your booty, and they gotta wiggle that bone to try to get it mobilized, if that's even needed. And brother, as someone who had volunteered once as a pelvic rehab patient, it's not pleasant! So please don't fall on your booties anytime soon, cubs, okay? Anyway. Rosali, hi, welcome. Sticking out your gut? For who, Baz? For Roselli. Oh my goodness. Happy birthday, Roselli. Congratulations. What a wonderful birthday gift. Huh? Sacrum, it sounds intimate? Sure. Kind of, I guess. Like, your sacrum is in your hip bone, where I guess you could feel like, oh, that's kind of where your private parts are. I guess. This is a reach. I don't know. What sounds more intimate? I'm trying to think now. What's the most intimate bone? Anyway, that's a conversation for later. Galmer, if I could every stream. Galmer, you're so good. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Hands off the booty bone? Yeah, hands off. Wah. Okay. It is almost 12:30, cubs. Let's get to it. So, if you're not sure what we're doing today, or if you're like, Tippa, this is my first time seeing you do this, gamer, there's gonna be plenty more of this, where this is coming from. So today I'm reviewing some notes. Unfortunately, these, again, like I mentioned, are not my notes, so a lot of this might be the first time I see concepts like this or see it written in this way. So if it sounds like I don't know what I'm saying, it's because I don't. I'm learning just like you. But what really helps me, and I guess I can pin this. I don't know if I want to pin it. Maybe I will. I don't know. Let me see. The purpose of it's just really to help me reinforce, basically. Huh? Wait, why did it not pin? Got it. Okay. But yeah, the purpose of this is to help me reinforce information. So basically, if you like hearing knowledge by passive listening, I got you. But yeah, today's goal is to try to get us through this as fast as we can. Not fast, but as much as we can, and hopefully we get done to where I want to be. So how the oral questions are set is that even though I do have to go over the concepts of set 1 and 2. I feel like she's gonna focus more on 3 and 4, and I really haven't formally reviewed that. So that's what we're doing. 3 and 4 might be more applicable to a lot of you cubs anyway. We're gonna talk about manipulation, which is a fancy way of saying like I'm gonna crack your back, but like what does cracking your back actually do? And we're gonna have a very hefty talk about syndromes. So syndromes are basically oh, we'll get there. But like different things that we'll talk about, like, oh, you have an SI joint sprain or strain, like a sacroiliac joint sprain, strain, or maybe you have something wrong with your myofascia. It's like, Tippa, what's a myofascia? Don't worry, we're all gonna get there. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be so great. But let me go ahead and flip these over really quick. Let me change. Alright, I think we're okay now. I crack my neck all the time. Is that bad? Not necessarily. I don't know. Sorry, that sounds really bad for someone who's like, yeah, I'm studying this. Yeah, I really don't know. I hate to use this answer. I guess it really depends. I know there was like a lot of research. I don't know if there was a lot of research. I personally have not checked. So let me rephrase. Not research. There was a lot of statements being thrown around that if you constantly crack like your joints or something, that you're more likely to get arthritis when you get older. Like, you know, people who crack their knuckles and whatnot. I don't know how true that is, and I'm not putting that out there to be like, hey, don't do that. But manipulation can be good if you're, how do you say it, hypomobile. So hypomobile meaning that you don't really move as much. Manipulation can also just be good to increase range of motion, and also it has, I don't know if it'll explain further in this set. I think it will explain in set 2, so if we work our way backwards we'll get there. But there's actually multiple benefits of how do you say it, manipulation that isn't just the biomechanical effects, because those I actually don't know. That's going to be new to me as we review. But there's other effects like, oh, you know, there's oh my gosh, what is it called? It's like psychological effects. Like there's 4 types. Oh, I don't remember it, but one is psychological because people associate the popping to like feel good and blah 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 blah, and apparently it releases a hormone, the endorphins, to make the popping actually feel good. But my brain is so frazzled, I don't know anything, cause I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna read the notes. So TLDR, it depends if cracking your neck is bad for you, but if you feel like it's helping you and you haven't had any problems, big smiley emoji. Keep at it, gamer. But I would be careful because, I don't know, you just hear scary stories. Not just only the arthritis thing, but didn't someone recently try to like manipulate or do like a self-manipulation on their neck? And they did it incorrectly and they ended up being paralyzed? That's not to scare you. That's literally just saying that I had saw something like that. Not saying you can't do stuff. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I paralyzed myself now? Oh. Hi, Subway. Hey. Ew, biomechanics? Yeah. Kind of. Don't mess with your neck. Got it? Yeah, I feel like your neck is just such a sensitive area. I wouldn't mess with my neck. I already got like a little antsy. So there's this technique. Do I have my Miss Paint open? So there's this technique, right? So imagine this is you, but you're laying down. This is your back. Does the booty thing help? And maybe that's who knows. So this is your back, right? So there's a technique. This is your neck, by the way. Neck. You. So there's a technique, right? That you can do a, what is it? Cervical upslide to basically help with a side bending of the neck. Maybe you have like a little creak or something. And it's a very technical technique that you do on the upper, I mean, I guess you could do it on the upper thoracic too, but basically you, gosh darn it, I wish I was an artiste. Basically, you have a dummy, Whatever. Anyway, basically, you apply a force, and it's supposed to be a force that is like a little vibration, I suppose. Is it better to show on my hands? I don't even have a spine model anymore. It's not the point. Anyway, basically, we're doing these things called oscillations, or kind of like vibrating the joint, may be the best way to say it. And oscillations, you might be familiar when you see an earthquake or something. Anyway, not the point. Point is, when you're doing this technique, we have different grades of like vibration or oscillation that we'll do to that specific joint, and it goes from grades 1 to 5. 5 being like an actual thrust or a manipulation, but normally we stick between grades 1 to 4. Grades 1 and 2 are supposed to help with range of motion, and sorry, not range of motion. Pain management, while grades 3 and 4 are supposed to increase range of motion. So basically, I don't want to get into the grades, but basically, just know that you can't actually perform a grade 3 on the neck, or at least when you're doing this upslide technique, because what happens is that grade 3 is basically getting to the end range of where that joint can move, and then slowly backing up and kind of fluttering, kind of going back and forth from end range to that like a middle range. And while you're doing that fluttering, the reason why you can't do it on the neck is because that's going to replicate like a whiplash syndrome. So whiplash, as you may be familiar with and we'll talk about in detail, is, you know, sudden forceful flexion of the neck forward and then backwards. And so when that happens, I mean structures like your spinal cord, but more specifically your basilar artery gets affected, and that's no good. That artery actually supplies, you know, blood to your brain, and blood to your brain is pretty good, so you don't want to really mess with it. You're actually going to do more harm, and actually it's a huge contraindication. You don't do grade 3 upslides like that because you could actually harm the patient. So TLDR, anything with your neck, just rely on a medical professional. Okay. That's the look of a killer? Brother, this is my debut in my Yume Nikki game. Hold on. Gosh, I don't know how to draw a rectangle. This is so sad. Anyway. Anyway. Hi, son. Hi, gamer. I'm losing my voice, so I will be more than happy to take an inhalation and a posture check and a hydrate. Thank you. Now, whoa, welcome. Give me one moment. Wow. Her. Anyway. This is really funny. I'm gonna save it because I just think it's funny. Let's see. Alright. Huh? That says Tippa says your neck be left. Wait, left pure when Tippa claims it? Wait. Oh. Your neck has to be left pure. Yeah. Well, gamers, don't worry. Okay. Anyway. So I was gonna go into a tangent. I'm like, no, we're not doing that today. We're not doing it! Okay, but small tangent actually. So you know the merch shop? I did change the password, but you could still guess it. If you guessed the original one, you could still guess this one. Because I only added 2 words, but that's not the point. The point is, I got art for a standee, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, oh, this is like reverse tip along. Not a long leg. Sorry, not a long neck. But the standee has long legs. Nice. So look forward to it. Da-dang. You're in now! Get out! Get out! I'm changing the password for real because you know what sucks? I changed it and I'm like, yeah, they're not gonna get it. But you know, I had tried it and I'm like, wait, did I type this wrong? Because I tried typing the password in and it was like incorrect password. And I'm like, oh, I made this password. I guess I must have put a typo in there. I'm like, oh, if you cups got in, then well, I don't know. Anyway. Alright, enough of my yapping. You're joking? Good. So let's get started because I have an exam in approximately 6 hours and I cry every single day because it should have been Thursday, but you know what? It's really good that I got it out of the way today. So cool, so calm, so collected. Anyway, so let's get started. So let's define manipulation according to the APTA. So before we even get to the statement about how to define manipulation according to this organization, let's talk about it in really layman's terms. So I actually had asked like, hey, can you explain this? But like I was 5. So imagine your body's like a puzzle, and sometimes the pieces don't fit quite right. Manipulation is like gently adjusting those pieces so they fit better and the puzzle works smoothly. For example, if your back feels stiff or your neck is tense, a chiropractor might use manipulation to carefully move your spine or joints in specific ways to reduce pain and improve flexibility. So, according to the APTA, manipulation is going to be a manual technique that is a continuum of skilled passive movements to the joints. Excuse me, and or related soft tissue, and they're applied at varying speeds and amplitudes, varying speeds and amplitudes, including small amplitudes or high velocity therapeutic movement. So this is going back to the grading system that I don't really necessarily want to go in depth. Going back to the MS Paint about applying the different grades, that is basically us performing a manipulation. But manipulation specifically is sometimes a lot of people associate it with the grade 5, which is the thrusting, which again is that cracking, like, hey, let me go ahead and crack your neck for you, or hey, let me go ahead and crack your back. So I guess a more simplified way of saying this, just for my benefit and yours, it's just skilled passive movement to the joints at varying speeds. I really do associate with high velocity, so I'm just gonna kind of focus on that. I hope she's like, oh, how do you say this? I guess we could fluff it up and say it is a manual therapy technique. And it's like, Tipanya, aren't you just rewriting this whole sentence? And I'm like, yeah, but if I put it in bullet points, I feel better. Alright, so this is gonna be completely new to me. So list 5 biomechanical effects that are specific for manipulation. So again, we're trying to get the body moving the way that's supposed to be. We're going to try to adjust our puzzle, or maybe think of it like a Jenga tower. It's like, oh, I mean, it's holding up, but this isn't as even. Let me try to see if I can realign it a little bit. So 5 biomechanical effects of manipulation. The reason why we'd want to do it is that 1, it can restore mobility and range of motion. So, you know, when you're stiff, again, think about the example that we even used yesterday about like, I have a crick in my neck, or I can't really move my head, I woke up and I have pain. Well, we can use some type of manipulation to help increase that range of motion to get you back to where you were. Hopefully back to your normal, if not even a little bit more so. Within a functional range, of course. Effect 2 is going to be... sorry. Oh wait, does my classmate break it down? Hold on. I mean, they do. Okay. Sure. Let's read it through and then we'll walk down then, okay? So, the effect 2 is going to be restore restricted connective tissue. Connective tissue, I think I had like an explain as if I was 5 a little bit later. Oh yeah. So connective tissue, this is a really fun example. So imagine that your body's like a big city, and then the connective tissue is like the glue that holds everything together. So similar of how you use glue to stick paper together, connective tissues keep your muscles, bones, and organs in place so they can work properly. I wouldn't consider it a superhero or anything like that, but I think the closest thing that I can compare to connective tissue is think of an orange. You know when you peel the skin of an orange and it has kind of like that, I don't know how you would say it, white film over it? That's basically like the equivalent of a connective tissue, and then the actual orange underneath that layer is our, you know, our muscles. So very, very fun, very exciting. But what happens is that if they get restricted, maybe because of an injury or whatever, then, you know, we don't move the way that we're supposed to. So that's very important to restore restrictive connective tissue. and we can restore the crossing function in the capsule, restore fiber glide, and we're going to talk about these concepts in just a moment. Elongate crimp in the capsule, restore water and ground substances, and the stress strain curve, which is super biomechanic and being thrown back in the class because I don't know if my classmate will put the chart here, and I don't know how much in depth we will need to know the chart, but it's really important to know the stress strain curve for all your muscles and ligaments and all the other wacky things in our bodies. Basically, TLDR, our body can break. Probably not the nicest word to say it, but think of like a ligament a sprain. You know, oh, I sprained my ligament. There was so much force in that stress strain curve that your body was unable to handle it, so it got to the ultimate failure point and it ended up tearing. That's a very like baby example of it, but I don't know how more in depth we're gonna go into that. But just to give you cubs a general idea. Osmosis Jones, that work. You know, honestly, I wish we had more shows like that. I think it's really fun. I really liked Osmosis Jones. I didn't get the opportunity to watch Cells at Work though. I think I watched the first episode. I'm like, oh, this is cute. Oh my goodness. The third biomechanical effect is going to be a stretch or snap capsular adhesions. So adhesions, think of it again as the glue. Sometimes what happens again is that your body adheres a little bit too much, and again that's going to limit that motion. So if we can help break that, not break it, sorry, snap it, I don't know, does that sound even better? But if we were to snap it or stretch it, that will help us again improve our range of motion. Release capsular and meniscoid entrapment, same concept, just to improve motion. And correction of a positional fault, so basically getting ourselves realigned. So let's see if we could go more into detail with this, okay? So our first biomechanical effect is to restore mobility and range of motion. So this might sound a little bit silly, and I don't know again if this other thing that I was talking about is in set 2 and not set 3, but these are the effects that are believed to be the case, but each one obviously has its own research to it. We don't make up things. This is just according to everything and everyone who's worked before us to be like, yeah, this is what I found. So manipulation is really good and really known for restoring mobility and range of motion because we have the most amount of research that supports it. They've done, oh my goodness, upper cervical thrust manipulation, cervical thrust, non-thrust manipulations, thoracic thrust, blah, 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 blah. And basically TLDR is that the range of motion was increased in this. This eventually became a clinical practice guideline, and we'll talk about clinical practice guidelines later, but basically just think of it as like a medical cheat sheet.
I've been waiting for this.
Caleb, Gamer, you worked so hard today. Hi, Gamer. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Oh, wait, I don't have my little... Hold on. I don't have my little thing. Hold on. Thank you, Roselli. Thank you. I was like, oh, no. My mix it up. No! I learned so much from you this morning. And when I mean learned, I mean I heard as soon as I got little hints of like, oh, demyelinization? Korea? I feel like my teacher says Korea. And I'm like, oh, how do I distinguish that between like Koreans and Korea? I was like, oh no. But I hope you had a super duper productive study sessions. Your brain is cooked. That's good. Now it's time to flip it over and do this all over again. No, you're so good, gamer. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Introduction. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the cow gown and yan. It's very nice to meet you. I'm doing something similar to what Caleb was doing, but not as medical. More exercise. Tee haha. Together, we'll be the most powerful business partners, and we will rule somewhere in between where Caleb lives and where I live, which is probably the middle of the ocean. Oh my goodness. But please definitely do take a break, gamer. I know I'm normally like, yeah, make sure to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat something super yummy. But yeah, you need it. Go. Huh? Oh, we recently did demyelinization because of multiple sclerosis and I don't know, the diabetes foot. It's so much fun. Oh, that's so fun. I love learning the interesting concepts of demyelinization disorders and how horrifying the body is. I thought you were gonna go more into other disorders like this is not as related, but when you said Korea, I was like, is this man talking about Huntington's disease, which is absolutely horrifying? Yeah, gonna take the. Oh yeah, go take your dog. Yeah. Have a nice walk. Love life. Don't buy crack. Myelin's like my favorite lipid. I need that to live, brother. You don't need it to live, but it'll make your life much easier. So if you cubs are not familiar with the myelin sheet in general, it's basically like a little covering over your nerves. So when your body sends signals, it's like, do thing here. And make sure it doesn't go off topic. I think that's the politest way I could say it. It doesn't go off course. And it gets sent, and the conduction rate is nice, and there's no delay. Yeah. Oh, we did the basal ganglia today? So hyper and hypokinetic disorders? Gloria, aka your stratum is gone? Yeah, basically. That's horrifying. Again, I wish that on no one. At all. Please. Please be healthy. Please win the genetic lottery. Thankfully, Huntington's disease, the one I was referring to, I think is genetic, so... Yay. Anyway, but yeah, go take a nice walk. We're just learning about manipulations right now. So I crack your back, you crack mine? Question mark? Maybe not. I'll just crack your back. I'm too scared. No one crack anything of mine. Anyway, but yeah, we're just trying to bump through these notes of my classmates. So hoping for the best. But yeah, have a good one, gamer. Huh? No Gloria? Which is like a thing that can happen during severe phases of rheumatic fever. It's a reversible bit anyway. But yeah, gotta crack them signs. I will crack the sign. And I will hope that everything that any cub gets, goodness forbid, is reversible. But yeah, so we're talking about the biomechanical effects of manipulation. So the first one we talked about was basically increasing mobility and range of motions, and basically the next four effects that follow are pretty much repeating the same thing, but it's okay. It truly is what it is. Let's try to see if we can get it down though. So, number 2, we are addressing connective tissue restriction. So similar to the example we had used earlier with the orange peel and having that little film over it and whatnot. That's going to be our connective tissue, and there's a restriction. We're not able to move as much. So apparently there's actually 7 stages of connective tissue breakdown, and the reason why they may break down varies, but just think of it maybe more for like, hey, you got injured, you're not moving, these are all happening, ba 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 ba. Cells at work. Hi baby ma, hi gamer. The other cats were talking about cells at work either. I haven't had the opportunity to watch it though, but I think it's a very cute concept. Yeah. So the breakdown for connective tissues apparently goes as follows. There's phase 1 through 7. So phase 1, we have a mobilization phase, which is about 9 weeks. Oh goodness, I'm gonna read it to you cubs, and that's it. We're not gonna get it. I'm not memorizing this by today. Just understand this. Mobilization phase, a phase 2, decrease in water. I'm actually not gonna read it. Hold on. Wow, haha. If you don't use it, you lose it basically, and your body basically becomes hypomobile, and that's why manipulations would be good to kind of get rid of these adhesions or restrictions in the connective tissues. Yay! No. I don't want to talk about crosslinks or fiberglides. Oh. Okay, I'll stop complaining. I'll also politely read through this. So, let's talk about some terms to describe our connective tissue. So, we have crosslinks where the connective tissue or the collagen matrix is going to lie down on one another and they cross each other. You can actually see it here. This is under tension, of course, but you see how they're crossing? These are what they consider crosslinks. the fiber glide is basically the mobility between the collagen and fiber, so how well they kind of move and glide with one another. And the crimp, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the hairstyle that was getting repopularized or was also popular in the 80s. Maybe you should grab a picture and not MS Paint it, basically. But people were crimping their hair, and it was like a bendy hairstyle. You know what do you know what I mean? If not, it's gonna be very awkward. But the crimp in this case is just the bending, or like it's not worth it anyway. That's what I always like to associate crimp with. But yeah, crimp in this case is going to be considered the slack in the collagen and the fiber. So basically we could see the example here of that. This is going to be at rest, and then this is going to be under tension. And again, we just want to assess the normal cross linkage, the fiber glide, and again the slack or the crimp. So moving on to the next biomechanical effects. Apparently the last three don't have as much research, so I guess we're going to politely skip it. So basically understand that stretch and snap capsular adhesions, that's what manipulation could do, but there's not enough research for it, not really any current evidence to support this. The release in capsular and meniscoid entrapments, there's theories, but again, not as much research, but we can try to use this when we're talking about that one technique we were mentioning yesterday, with the cervical multifidus. Remember the example I was using about, like, yeah, if I turn your head diagonal and there's like a little pillow barrier behind us or in between us, and I just move your neck and we hold in this position, yeah, that can help release some of the capsular entrapment, because what happens when you have this little creak in your neck, or you wake up wrong and you're like, I have neck pain, one of the common causes might be because of the muscle, which is called the multifidus, gets stuck in the capsule. We could help entrap it in this way, or help unentrap it. Untrap? Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway. And then the last biomechanical effect is going to be correction of a positional fault. Again, really no current evidence, so I couldn't really tell you. So we'll move on to something that I could tell you. Yay! Oh, I can't tell you this though. Alright, so the concept that I'm supposed to be able to explain is discuss the possible changes of pelvic position from standing to sitting at different levels. Oh. Can I not explain it? Can I explain it later? Can I? Basically TLDR is that this is a how do you say it? Hi, thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. So people are born very different and unique. And what happens in this case is that we're really focusing, if someone has come to us with a problem, that we want to do some type of structural assessment. And structural assessment is basically how it says and how it goes. Structural assessment is going to be us just looking at the body and seeing, like, hey, are they aligned, and what do you call it? In their, oh my gosh, are they properly aligned? We use something called like a plumb line to make sure that certain landmarks are in line, or maybe this person has increased kyphosis or lordosis, which again are those like wacky curvatures of your spine. And this scenario, we're just focusing on like the lower extremities or the hips, and we're talking about the pelvis specifically in these pictures. In these pictures, this is what do you call it? I wonder if there's a better picture I can show you, Cups. Let me see if I can provide a little bit more visualization. But first, I will say the bad word. Heck. Also, Savai, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow from earlier. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't believe it's like, hey, what's this? And I'm like, no! Oh my goodness, but welcome, and Hack again. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I'm gonna politely gasp. No gasping. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Alright, let's see. let's see if we can find a picture together, Cubs. And if we can't find a picture, I mean, it truly is what it is, you know? Hey, no worries. You came with high recommendations from Caleb. I'm sorry to disappoint in just a moment. But thank you, Caleb. Thank you. You can hear me in spirit as you walk your dog. Your heart is filled with gratitude for some reason, and it's just because I'm thanking you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, welcome. Unfortunately, I don't do medical things as maybe you or Caleb does, but I will be a doctor in my own way. A rehabilitation. But anyway, let's see if we can look at actual leg. Let's see. Man. Oh. Alright, this might be a good picture and just maybe a good example that we'll just kind of sit on, unfortunately. So, have unleveled iliac crest. It might be for different kind of reasons. So think of this as your pelvis or your hip bones, basically. And here's the greater trochanters, which is how do I a little bump off your leg bone, okay? And so when you're standing, for whatever reason, your hips are dropping to one side. Let's say we're looking at the patient from the back, so this is their left side. Even atomically, I don't know. And then this is their right. So their left is going down, their right is hiking, but when they sit, it's leveled. Why could this be the case? So in this case, it might be because there is a leg length discrepancy, or maybe it's a structural thing, you know? The leg length thing is actually crazy. I'll show you a picture once we get done with this, you know? Case number 2, we have the same thing. Okay, your right is a little bit higher than your left. Why is this the case? And when you sit down, it doesn't even out. Why? So this could happen because maybe there's an SI dysfunction, SI being the sacroiliac, which we're going to go in so much detail when we go into syndromes, and there is even a dedicated chapter to it. So hold on to your pretty little hats. Or it could be scoliosis. I'm sure you cubs are familiar with people who, or maybe you know a loved one with scoliosis, but this is like when they have like a curvature in their back. Obviously, some people have it more extreme than others, of course. Oh, I can show you the leg length discrepancy here, though. Ta-da! Maybe I can find a picture of scoliosis. What? Scoliosis, too! Scoliosis. But no, it's just crazy to think that someone's born this way, you know? I mean, again, we're all born rare, unique. But with this kind of case, people will have proper orthotics to make sure that they're okay, that they're able to walk normal and ba 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 ba. This is not an extreme example. This is just a drawing, but this is a normal back. From the back, it should be. I feel like this is even too straight, but whatever. This is looking from the back. This person has bamboo spine. Boohoo, boohoo. But this is typically your normal one. And then someone with scoliosis may have a curvature in their thoracic area or like around their rib cage, or they may have scoliosis or a curvature in their low back or the lumbar. And the curvatures vary, the severity varies. I don't know too much about scoliosis off the top of my head, which sounds awful, but to treat something like this, I think if you're under the age of 18, you do really well with having a brace, but you have to wear that brace for I think 20 hours or more. And so obviously, oh no, Ed! Ah! Whoops. I'll be reviewed to accommodate the I don't know how to spell accommodate. Yeah. Oh man. I can tell you about the muscles, but not the arm. Da-da-da. Alright. Okay, now I'll go run off. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Cubs. I really didn't at all. I was not paying attention to the ad manager. I didn't already. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't realize it's already been an hour or two. Oh, okay, 5 more hours until the exam. It's okay. Daisho Huri. But yeah. To answer the question, but in voice this time, unfortunately, yeah, I'm not sure about the Off the top of my head, I don't feel comfortable giving the answer about the organs. I've only learned about muscle shortening when it comes to scoliosis, and basically it's just the idea of like, hey, if your muscles are shortened, basically that leads to, you know, not or limited range of motion, so you're not moving as much as you can because the muscles cannot go as far as they can because they're shortened because of the structure. And also it may lead to more pain and also other disabilities outside of scoliosis. So they kept it very generalized, unfortunately, which is so sad, but it's okay. I'm just a student. I promise I'll learn more. And Runes, hi gamer. Your neck has been hurting even when I applied heat pack? Oh gamer. Might just well, what happened? Did you wake up with it? What happened? Oh, I'm sorry, gamer. If heat's not working, you could try ice, but it really just depends on the how the incident happened. If you woke up with it, I hope maybe just a few more days will treat you right, because even with my neck pain when I woke up incorrectly, it took a little over a week to get over it. I was getting a little bit worried. But I hope you're gonna be okay soon, gamer. But yeah, let's go back and talk about the leg stuff. So we talked about the first example, we talked about the second. Now the third one is a little bit wacky. This one is that it does align, but what happens is that the standing issue could be caused for different reasons. This could be because of the femoral neck angle, so basically, maybe it's not worth drawing, and I'm so sorry. It's not that it's not worth it. I'm just like, I don't know how much in detail she's gonna go, but basically, it could be how your leg is jutting out of your hip bone, basically, at what angle. Or it could be a variety of genetic disorders that maybe you had as a kid, basically. And these are like the small list that they throw in. Alright, to a topic that I can talk about. So. How do you deal with a load-bearing injury on the knee joint? Would that be a stabilizer issue? Also, I would also say it depends on the onset. So, load-bearing injury on the knee. I feel like I need to just a little more detail to try to get like what do you call it? A really good hypothesis about that. I mean, I don't think stabilization would hurt whatsoever. But also, I don't have the ability. I'm really sorry. I'm not quite there yet. But sorry. Long-term issue that occurs with load bearing, not extension. So are you saying that is there like okay? So are you saying that there's pain with load bearing, and then if so, where is the pain for? Assuming, but maybe I shouldn't assume. If this is for you, is there pain associated with it, and if so, where? And then we can kind of narrow down to see which structures are there, and maybe more specifics about how the loading is being done. Are you doing like a single leg squat? Like that? You're doing like Bulgarian squats? Like, pain and lack of stability. Oh, gamer. You're throwing me back 3 courses back. Hold on, let me think about it. My dumb brain, we were just joking around yesterday. It's like, there's pain? Oh, then don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm sorry, gamer. I would have to go back to my notes, and I will give you the most solid answer possible. Okay? I'll be like, oh, this and that. Right now, it's just pain. You didn't have any injury with it. It's just like, yeah, when I started doing this motion, it started hurting. Occur squatting heavy weight. Lateral. You know, I almost want to say, sorry. I'm like, oh wow, this really sounds like the case I was given when I had to do my examination for musculoskeletal class for lower extremities. But they were saying they were having pain with weight bearing and when they turn. And it ended up being a meniscus problem. But I don't want to say, hey, I'm sorry, you have a meniscus problem. Good luck, buddy. You do have ligaments on your lateral side. I had an injury boxing years ago. I'm sorry, gamer. Here, gamer, when I have time after today, come back to me. I pinky bear promise you, we'll try to do a little bit of research for you. we'll try to get it through, and I'll come up with like potential interventions. But I'm just a student, so don't listen to me. I'm a student very early on in their life of how do you call it? We're a student very early on to their education. I just read my notes because I'm like, haha, vocalizing is fun. Sure? Yeah, we could do a whole case scenario. Patient is X years old with occupation of this. They had a boxing injury years ago, and now they're having pain with heavy squatting and weights. The pain is okay with this amount of weights, but when it hits this weights, it starts hurting. No other activity hurts. What do? And I'll be like, oh god, okay. Alright. But yeah, after today for sure. This course that I'm focusing on right now is more just spine. And my extremity knowledge is gone, so I apologize. Alright, so another question that they may potentially ask on this oral exam that I'm having in approximately 5 hours of what can you do for a newly herniated disc? So I know this sounds crazy. We had talked about the anatomy of a disc and herniation. I wonder if it's better to grab a little photo though. Let's see. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Hold on. Ta-da! Alright. So, disc herniations can happen for a multitude of reasons. Here's the anatomy again, where we have the annulus covering over the nucleus pulposa. Again, we had referred to this kind of like a jelly-filled donut. And what happens is that if there's a herniation, this starts pushing, and this is why people who have these herniated discs, it's pushing on the nerve root, and that's why sometimes people have pain that radiates down their legs. In this specific scenario, if you feel like someone has herniated their back, maybe something with, like, you know how people are like, oh, lift with your legs and whatnot to avoid injury? Yeah, apparently lifting, very common cause of getting a herniated disc. So what happens if you suspect someone to have it, or maybe you have it? So what you want to do is that you want to place that individual in backwards bending or hyperextension as soon as possible, because that's going to help approximate the torn fibers. I know that's probably a little counterintuitive. I know it's like, why do I want to backwards bend? But when you're backwards bending, it's going to help approximate, because there's like a list of other reasons of why backwards bending helps. One of the ones that stuck with me is that, you know, you have all this liquid and fluid in your body, and basically this jelly-filled donut really loves hydration. So if you try to cut it off on its source by doing the backwards bending and trying to approximate and bring it back to where it originally is, the herniation won't be so bad. So when doing this backwards bending, you're going to help do that to help basically minimize the damage. You can also have this done with a brace, or you can tell them to remain in a very exaggerated anterior pelvic tilt. So basically, hands on hips, and you're like, yep. Oops, sorry. Just extend your back. Keep it there, please and thank you. Obviously, this is not something that you're gonna have them do 24/7, but this is gonna be something you do to minimize as much as you can, especially at this moment. This posture, and this is where the brace can come in, and it's not gonna be hyperextended. It's not gonna be anything exaggerated, but we will want to keep that posture for a good while, for about a week, to ensure healing. Make sure that they're sleepy on their stomach to help keep the spine at neutral, and just really don't flex. Don't flex, because then it's gonna push all of that herniation towards the back, and then it's gonna grow because it's getting its fluids and nutritions, and don't do it, okay? And then you can take medications, if as necessary, but as prescribed on the bottle, of course. I know some people are like, I don't like medications, and they'll take Tylenol. Sure, whatever helps with the pain relief for you, I suppose, you know? BB-Mon says, I'm now aware of my spine. I'm so sorry, gamer. Right. Oh, that's a booty. Can I show that? Can I show that? Gosh. I'm not gonna get in trouble for showing man butt. What? Hold on. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Okay, I cropped it out. I hope the left one is okay. Sure. Alright. So what would someone's active range of motion look like with a newly herniated disc? So I feel like with a lot of people who get injuries, the biggest thing is that they're afraid to move, and then they become very inactive, which is really the opposite of what we preach in rehab. It's like, no, continue to stay active, but be within your means. You know what I mean? So what's gonna happen is that if we're looking at someone from the posterior view, they might have a slight shift to the side or lateral, either left or right. This person is more off to their right than their left. So if someone has a herniated disc, you might observe a lateral shift to one side, and again, in this case, this one's right. This may indicate an intervertebral disc compression on the nerve root, which we see here. This is the compression on the nerve root, and that may be causing leg pain that may or may not be accompanied with numbness and tingling. Now, here's the little fun structural inspection thing that we're talking about earlier with the sacroiliac joint. But in this case, we're just referring to the spine itself. So there's going to be a difference between if someone shifts to the same side or they shift to the opposite side. So if someone's shifting away from the opposite side of their leg pain, let's say for this guy, I have pain on my left side, and so they're kind of leaning over to the right, that's going to indicate that the disc bulge is lateral to the nerve root. Whereas if it's on the same side, so they're shifting, and then they're like, yeah, my pain is on the left, and my leg pain is on the left, I'm going to shift left, that's going to indicate that the disc bulge is medial to the leg pain. The reason we need to know this information is because our treatment strategy will differ, because basically we don't want to push them to pain. We want to push them and work within the range of like, hey, this feels good. You know what I mean? So basically it's going to help with our interventions and knowing what directions to go to. I don't know if there's a good way to indicate if the shift is in the opposite direction, the disc bulge is lateral to a nerve root. What if I draw it out? what if I draw it out? Will that help? Because I think my biggest thing for this exam is that you can't. Okay, there you go. You can't really memorize. You kind of have to learn how to explain it. Robert, hi, Bug Raid Gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. We're just doing the same thing we always do. Take over the world, aka learn about the spine, aka really try our best, aka you know how it is. Am I not gonna get that? Hold on. Do I still have the picture? Sorry, we have a new picture now. Alright. So let's learn this together, okay? So if the person has pain on the same side, it indicates that that thing is medial, that the disc bulge is medial to the leg pain. But if they're on the opposite side, the disc bulge is lateral. Lateral, like outside here? I feel like I would have to see it in a different way or ask my classmates about that. I definitely know the difference between medial and lateral, but I'm like, oh, is it drawn like this? But then, how does that work? Why is same side medial? Well, a problem for another day. I probably should be like, Tippa, hold on. Anyway, the opposite side, the disc bulge is lateral. Same side, it's medial. Okay, that might have to be pure memorization, baby. I'm so sorry. Alright. So how does someone's presentation differ between lumbar stenosis and disc herniation? Okay. So the origins of each one is a little bit different. So stenosis is like a narrowing of the canal. So think of our nerve as a string going through a hole. Well, with stenosis, what happens is that hole gets a little bit smaller, so our nerves get irritated because it's like, oh, this thing is pressing, I'm mad, and then you're going to end up with symptoms, again, neurological symptoms, again, of maybe some numbness and tingling because your nerve might be, being compressed somewhere. While herniation, I think we talked about it quite some time, but this is again your herniation, and again, this is pushing on your nerve, which is making it irritated, and then again, you have similar signs and symptoms. So the question's asking, how do we tell the presentation if, both involve the nerves? So let's go ahead and... I don't know if can I make notes for this? Alright, Cubs, give me one moment. Final. Because what I like to do in my notes is that I like to create like a chart so we can compare it side to side. But I don't know if I did it for this one, which would be very sad if I didn't. And I mean, if I didn't, it's not necessarily the end of the world. We can make one right here, right now. But it would be very unlike me. I mean, I kind of did it. I kind of did it, but it's... I just copied and pasted the slides! Why would I do that? Here, hold on one moment. I'll copy and paste it in, but I'm just like, gosh darn it, Tippa. Tippa, why did you do this? So these have to be the same notes. Let me read my classmates' notes. Okay. And then we can make a little chart about it, and then we can do a little bit of active recall, and then we'll try to get back into it because I am very curious about it. But wait, was the question between lumbar stenosis and disc herniation? Yeah, so wait. They're talking about central spinal stenosis, lateral stenosis. Okay, and then they go herniated. Oh, okay, I'm like, brother, you didn't even mention it. Hold on. Let's see. So causes, signs, symptoms, and treatment. Okay, we have central spinal stenosis, lateral stenosis. Maybe I should write it out. Spinal stenosis. And we have the causes. We have signs, symptoms, and we also have space this out really quick. And then basically you cubs get to see me do notes in real time, basically. Gomena Sawi! Sawi! Hi, Starbucker. Hi. Egg? Egg. Honestly, the egg for breakfast was very tasty, but the egg on my face literally last night when I was like, yeah, you're still going tomorrow. Like, I don't know why I was like necessarily shocked. I knew I had to take this by Wednesday. I was just being greedy thinking I could do it Thursday. But it truly is what it is. That would change the size. Hold on. Fiddle around with your piece that it's properly working. Oh, brother, what was wrong with it before? I'm sorry. I hope all your tech issues are gone. Gone. Alright, so degeneration, wear and tear. Wait. No, I think I have to change my thing. Hold on. Oh. Maybe I want to do it side by side so we can compare it. I don't know why I decided LMAO. So annoying. Oh, okay. I can write signs and symptoms. That's not really a big deal if it's not letting me do that. Alright, signs and symptoms and then treatment. Okay, now they're side by side. We'll delete this column. We'll put this over here. Alright. Bam. Alright, so where is there? For posture. Go back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being dumb. Like pain on walking any distance. I know. We'll talk about that in a little bit. and then treat. And posture. Okay, well that's all bolded. I'm sorry. And then let's write out the other one, and then we can start talking and comparing. Starbucker says the new one couldn't load a lot of games, including modded Minecraft. No! And it was causing the processor. Wait, and it's because the processor never had a set value? I'm so sorry, gamer. I hope you can play all the modded Minecrafts now. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, but I'm so sorry, gamer. But I'm glad it worked out, and I'm glad you get to have a lot of fun, especially with the weekend coming up. Now you can, you know, test your PC for a ride. Alright. Oh, welcome on in. Sorry, I don't mean to do notes on the spot. I just... I actually really don't know the difference between this, so if I feel like if I write it all out, I use this little chart, I retype out all the notes, we're gonna be so good. Can't spell though, apparently. Region, cutoffs, rating, okay. But what is the oh, wait, there's no treatment for it. Wait, did they write a treatment for this? No, there's no treatment for it. What? Huh? What? Could it be the same? Alright. So again, stenosis is again that narrowing and whatnot. So for stenosis, if you have central spine stenosis, it's supposed to look like this, and it's bone growth that's going to be pushing onto the spinal cord, again making this area narrow, while the lateral stenosis is bone growth that pushes over the nerve. Central, lateral, central, lateral, central, lateral. Not gonna lie, seeing your note taking makes me jealous. I did flashcards and I was always lost. Gamer, you're so good. I haven't been a flashcard girly for a long time. not for any particular reason. Like I will use anyone's Quizlets. You give me a Quizlet, brother, I'm there. But how I take my notes normally is just something like this, where it's like, okay, I'm literally writing off the PowerPoint, but let me do it side by side. These colors make me feel a little bit better about it. Blah 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 blah. But basically, do just whatever works for you. At least with flashcards, at least most of it's like summed up information, or not summed up, but you know, you're not gonna write a paragraph on a flashcard. Or I hope you're not. You'll like bullet point in. You'll make it like simplified, and hopefully it sticks. So, oh. Good luck to your studies if you're continuing them. But yeah. So this bone growth that pushes on the spinal cord, this can happen due to degeneration. I feel like I'm saying it weird. Wear and tear, poor posture. So it sounded like as we grow up, basically, as we get older. What do you call it? Abdominal protrusion or lordosis. And remember that lordosis is going to be like that curvature of the back. Maybe you have a tight iliopsoas, which is going to be tight hip muscles, or a tight lumbar spine myofascia. So again, that like skin of the orange, skin of the orange underneath the peel. While lateral foraminal stenosis, this is bone growth that's going to push onto the nerve, and this is going to be due to loss of disc height. So when we look at our vertebra, when we look at our spine, it could be due to an annular bulge, so maybe some lateral disc protrusion, and other degenerate changes to the ligamentum flavum and the facet. So that's just going more structurally. So I feel like central even though these could both be age related. Oh well, maybe they're still just both age related. And the true thing is going to be the signs and symptoms that are going to tell it. Totally didn't write paragraphs, gamer. I'm so sorry. You gotta sum it up as much as you can. Unfortunately, I don't practice what I preach sometimes because there's just a lot of information. But going through my classmates' notes, we're gonna really try our best. Pause cross for all of us, you know? Anyway. Alright, so signs and symptoms. So central spinal stenosis, again, this is going to be chronic dull low back pain. It makes sense as we're going more centrally, and with this they might have leg pain with any distance, and we definitely want to just double check with what kind of claudication they may be having. So goodness gracious, what is a good way to sum up claudication? Is it okay. So, the term claudication, which we'll just do here, I love any, like, what do you call it, condition that, like, highlight in blue. There's a textbook, and I feel a little bit silly when I say this, but there wasn't, like, a lot of textbooks that I used, but there was one when I was in my other program that had, like, these blue boxes that were dedicated to, like, medical conditions and whatnot. And so, just to honor that textbook with the amount of information it gave me for my anatomy course, I highlight any of these things like blue. So claudication can be summed up as muscle pain due to lack of oxygen, and it's triggered by activity but relieved by rest. So with this, we have to decide if this is neurogenic, relating to the nerves, or maybe it might be vascular, like meaning that our blood supply system isn't working as nicely or as neatly. And we'll talk about the difference between the biking treadmill and the the biking and treadmill test to see about how do you call it, if it's a vascular claudication or if it's neurogenic. But these are the two main things for central spinal stenosis, so I'm a little curious. But lateral foraminal stenosis tends to have a little bit more. So apparently there's lateral signs and symptoms. There's pain in the lumbar region, but it's not a chronic dull low back pain. It's pain in the back, pain in the butt, and it's actually radiating to the lower extremity. And that this is going to have true neurological signs. So we're going to have that paralysis, we're going to have the loss of skin sensation, we're going to have our reflexes might be a little hecked up. And when we do a neural tension testing, which is stretching the nerve to tense it up, they're going to say, hey, this replicates my symptoms, and it actually replicates your symptoms with an SLR. SLR is going to be a single leg raise. So if you were on the table on your back, this is, oh wait, I don't have my MS Paint up. No! It's because I did want to save this, but it's fine. Let's see. But yeah, single leg raise. One leg is like this, supporting your back, and the other leg is raised, and you're like, owie owie, I have the same symptoms that I normally have, and they're replicating. That's going to be a positive straight leg raise test, which can really mean several things, but in this case it's going to help us confirm that we have lateral foraminal stenosis. I'm joining the med book? No, thank you. But yeah, and they have guarded lumbar motion, so forward flexion, backward bending, side bend, and rotation. They're all going to be very guarded because they don't want to recreate that pain. Some treatments for central stenosis apparently is going to be manipulation, stretching, more joint manipulation, strengthening the abdominals, increasing just general physical fitness by doing aerobic exercises or maybe doing aquatic exercises, exercising in a flex position to help, and we'll talk about this when we talk about the bike test for the claudication, but exercising in a flex position is that it's gonna open up the it's gonna open up the holes that it's stuck in, because remember, stenosis is kind of like that narrowing or the closing, so it's tight, it's uncomfortable, and that's why we're having these symptoms. But when we forward flex, it starts to gap so that there's not as much pressure, so you don't have those symptoms, so you're basically able to work within your limits. So having that forward flexion, not as many symptoms, and you're still keeping active, and just general lifestyle changes, because maybe it's smoking, it's obesity, it's posture, and we have to remember that the central stenosis can occur because of poor posture, and then abdominal protrusion or lordosis. Like, we just want to help fix our posture on top of that. But yeah, let's talk about the neurogenic test. Do I have a... Yeah, here you go. So for these tests, we have the bicycle and treadmill. Let's first work on the left side. So for the bicycle test, the first one is going to be that the patient's in an erect posture and they ride a bicycle. And this bicycle is like, you know, your exercise bikes that you see at the gym. And so basically, we're going to note the time at the signs of symptoms. Then the patient's going to rest until the symptoms are resolved. And then we're going to have the patient lean forward and repeat. And then we're going to also time the symptoms onset. So what happens is that it's going to be considered vascular claudication if symptoms come on at the same time as the erect posture trial. So let's see if we can rephrase that, because I know I have it here. So if the onset time is the same, regardless of whether you forward flex the patient and they're hunched over on the bike, or they're not hunched over, you have them backwards in their regular erect position, this is going to indicate vascular claudication. This is nothing related to the nerves, because hey, this pain is happening no matter what, and it's around the same time. Yeah, you're just not getting enough oxygen. That blood supply that's carrying your oxygen is not getting to your legs properly. Let's figure out what we can do and how we can work around that. Unfortunately, rehab is not going to help increase the size or diameters of your blood vessels getting to your legs. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. But what if we actually had the time increase? So what if, hey, I did forward flexion, and hey, my symptoms are not coming on as fast, basically. So that's going to be an indication of neurogenic claudication. Let's read this little paragraph that I wrote here, but basically it's the same concept that I mentioned earlier, that the spine opens up, it's not as narrow, you can work a little bit harder because it's like, oh, don't worry. But yeah, so change from the erect or extended position makes the foramen, which is the hole, smaller, to a flex position where it changes the mechanical, where the size of the nerves exiting has no effect in the vascular supply. Did I write this when I was tired? Basically, when you're erect or standing up straight, sitting up straight in this position, your foramen, or the hole that the nerve goes through, is smaller. When you flex, the hole opens up a little bit. So what happens is that there's not that much compression, so you're able to work a little bit harder. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now let's actually go ahead to the treadmill test. So what happens with the treadmill test is that's very similar to the bicycle test, but on a treadmill. You're going to be walking normally on a 0% incline, so very flat, very straight, and basically, hey, walk as much as you can until symptoms occur. Once they occur, let me know. I'm going to stop the watch, our little time watch. I'm going to have you sit down, and I'm going to have you rest. As soon as you're done resting and the symptoms have resided, we're going to go ahead and put you back on the treadmill, but we're actually going to put you on an incline. And then we're going to record when symptoms happen. So, what does this test do again? So, in this case, if the onset time was decreased with the, incline to the treadmill, it's going to be considered vascular claudication. Your blood supply is the one that's not bringing the oxygen to you. Because think about it, when you're walking uphill in comparison to a flat ground, your body demands more. Going up a hill is not easy. So what happens is that as you need to meet those increased demands, you need the blood supply to do that. And that is why the symptoms are going to come on faster, because you have vascular claudication. Your blood supply is not able to make it, and which is why it's like, oh, instead of the 5 minutes with your normal, like, walking straight on flat ground, now your symptoms are coming on in 3 minutes. But if the onset time is increased or the same, what's gonna happen is that's neurogenic claudication, basically. Nothing has really occurred. I hope that helps. Not really, but I'm sure and I am positive I will be able to explain that to my professor. So I don't mind and I don't care. So let's go ahead and we'll get to our new topic. Or not new topic. I guess maybe I should humor it. I should read through it. And now that we spent like the past 15 minutes talking about it, might as well read my classmates' notes. Huh? Back in my day, we went to school on foot uphill both ways. Oh, gamer. I'm sorry. I hope you had a really good workout. Smiley emoji. But yeah. Lumbar spine. So for central spinal stenosis, as we talked about, can happen because of degenerative changes, wear and tear, posture, abdominal weakness, lordosis, and tight iliopsoas, and tight something else. Lumbar spine. Yeah. Let's go. Memorization. Let's go. But anyway, can happen because of many reasons like that. The signs and symptoms again are going to be chronic and dull low back pain, with leg pain upon walking any distance, maybe such as a block or two. And after walking a block or two, they may have a burning paresthesia, which is basically like that numbness and tingling down the leg. And it may happen with both calves, and this is known as neurogenic claudication. This pain is relieved by sitting, which flexes the spine and reduces pressure on the quadrate equina, which is the tail end basically of your spinal cord. Neurogenic claudication can be distinguished from vascular claudication, which has similar symptoms behavior by utilizing the bike or the two-stage treadmill test. So basically, how can we tell the difference between these two? Do this test that we just talked about. With lateral foraminal stenosis, we talked about centers for lateral. I don't remember the reasons. I just know that the symptoms are more lateral. Okay. So apparently it's also for degenerative changes such as this height loss and the lateral bulge of the annulus on the canal. So signs and symptoms again, it's going to be more lateral. There's going to be pain in the lumbar region as well as the buttocks. Yeah, buttocks and irradiating pain. There's going to be ways we can confirm this. We can use a straight leg test. Oh my goodness, Cubs. We can use the straight leg raised test, and we could notice that there's diminished skin sensation. So if we ask our patient to close their eyes and we're like, hey, can you feel this? Can you feel this? And you test bilaterally and they're like, hey, I'm not able to feel this. Then it's like, kind of calls for concern, you know? So how is stenosis different from herniation? So, a lumbar herniated nucleus pulposa is basically going to be weakness and tearing of the annulus. So again, our jelly-filled donut, the outer casting, the annulus is basically going to be weak, and that means that the nucleus pulposa right here is going to protrude. And when this protrudes, it's considered a herniation, and this can push down on the nerves and the nerve roots. Classic disc herniations area is not going to impact spinal nerves because the spinal canals have not exited yet. And also the quadrate equina is here. What do they mean by that? Hold on. They have like a difference chart here, so let's see. For lumbar disc herniation, it happened in middle age, poor body mechanics over time, repetitive bending, lifting, twisting. So definitely the history or mechanism of injury alone is different. Again, we said lumbar lateral foraminal stenosis specifically was degenerative changes such as the disc height loss and it to the ligaments and the facets. Apparently the onset for disc herniation is gradual, while this one could be gradual or traumatic. Radiating pain down below the calf. This also has radiating pain, so I'm like, okay. Oh, the herniation. Okay, we talked about this earlier, and this is the concept I'm like, I don't really know. Recall, the leg pain, yes, they both have leg pain. Yes, they both have radiating symptoms, but we can determine how or where the bulge is of the herniation. So if someone has a disc herniation and they're shifting away from their leg pain, the opposite of their leg pain, it's going to be more lateral. While if it's the same side, they're leaning towards the same side as their leg pain, it's going to be more of a medial disc bulge. Anyway. Anyway. Pain with flexion. Right lumbar. Oh, there's something that I don't know will be talked about more, but we had talked about this in a previous lecture thing about stenosis over herniation or stenosis over disc. It's like a little fake math equation basically. And let's see, MSP. Oh goodness gracious, that was not MS Paint. All right, stenosis over disc. This is our little fake math equation. So it's the idea of like, oh no, you have a disc herniation at L4 to L5, and we have stenosis. What nerve root is involved? Okay, so it's like a little fake equation basically. And so this is to help us determine, is it stenosis or is it, no, how to explain it? Oh, I'm so sorry, Cubs, I'm so burnt out. Oh. The math equations to help us to determine what nerve root is involved. So it depends on what condition we're talking about, and we just already went in so much depth about disc herniation and stenosis. So if there is a disc herniation at L4, L5, which nerve root is going to be involved? Is it L4 or is it L5? I'm not really sure. So then you look at this equation that we just wrote out, and it's like, okay, the top and bottom, like a little fraction basically. So the nerve root that's going to be involved according to this equation is going to be the bottom one. It's going to be L5. Why is that the case? Because the equation says so. Well, it makes sense if I tell you about stenosis. So stenosis, what nerve root's going to be involved? Is it L4 or L5? Well, according to this, what do you call it? Equation, it's going to be the top number if it's in relation to stenosis. So, ta-da! There is an exception to this rule, and it's gonna be if it's above C4. And I want to say, oh my goodness, hold on. I could feel my my professor like shaking her head at me. Hold on. Okay, got it. So the only exception is that if we're above, wait, exception. Oh. Exception. So if we are above C7. So now if the equation is not necessarily relating to the lumbar spine anymore, we're talking about the cervical spine, it's always going to be the bottom number that's involved. Why? Don't ask me. That's just the exception. So we have a C3, sorry, I can't count. C4, C5, stenosis, it's actually going to be the bottom number, C5. What about if we have a herniation? It's going to be the bottom number. It's going to be C5. That may not make a lot of sense, and I apologize, but that is just something that she's helped us learn when it comes to nerve root involvement, knowing which. And this can be very important because we could go ahead and we could talk about myotomes and dermatomes again, which is specific areas that our spinal nerve roots innervate. And this can be in relation to, again, myotomes, meaning the muscles and like muscle actions specific to those nerve root segments. So like oh my gosh, Oh, what's a good one? I want to say like C5, C6, and I'm like, C6 maybe is the radial nerve, and the radial nerve helps us with elbow flexion. Oh, it's been a long time, Cubs. I'm so sorry. I'll definitely look it up, and we'll definitely talk about it before this stream ends for sure, because I definitely need a little bit of a review. But that's why it's important to know about the involvement. Like, hey, they're having weak elbow flexion, and they had a spinal cord injury, or not a spinal cord injury. They have a stenosis somewhere, and the stenosis is coming up with this there's other findings that are supporting it. And okay, I went to go do a neurological screening, and hey, I noticed, hey, their elbow flexors are not good. Now I could correlate it to this nerve root involvement. I'm like, okay, it's this area, and maybe they don't have sensation in the C5, C6 area, which is basically like the lateral side of their hand or their middle finger, and they're like, yeah, I'm not feeling much here. It's like, well, maybe it could be this. Ugh. All right, Cubs. I'll read the next question, and then we'll take a little baby break because ad manager, we've made it through 10 pages so far. Might need to speed it up on my end. But hopefully, again, a lot of these pages are just filled with images and charts, so it'll be really fast to go through. But again, some of these things were like brand new to me, so I apologize. I really do. It really is just like a very verbal, open me having a study session to myself. So basically, what you see behind the pomodoro. It's like, yes, quite. But now I'm talking to myself. But okay. Not as weird. But yeah. So the question when we come back from break is list of 4 altered muscle states, and then we have to list the causes, the presentation, and what we're going to do to treat it. Okay. Altered muscle states can happen because of a variety of reasons: injury and dysfunction, pain or fear of pain, tight muscles, etc. And we'll walk through, and then hopefully everything will lighten up a little bit, and hopefully it's more like natural. But yeah, as the 3-minute ad plays, please feel free to also take a little baby break. Make sure to stand up and stretch. Yes, even if it's for a little bit. A little stretch, and then you can do little like rocking on your toesies. So you could be like, oh, look at me. I'm doing little tippy toe things. My cast will thank me. The circulation is so good in my body. I could also hydrate, and you could also eat something really, really yummy. Huh? How do you tweet? How did you tweet to? April? Oh, yeah. The research one? I haven't submitted it yet. So I don't know. I hope it's an A+, but then I learned that it's only 5% of my grade. I was gonna lose it. I was like, what? But it's okay. But thank you, Borobo. Hi, Borobo. Thank you. I'm just like, what? Huh? I still have the 20th to submit it. I think I might retweet it once more. And then we'll call it a day! Yay! Thank you for reminding me of that. And not that I would have forgot to submit it or anything. But I should probably push for like one last hurrah, you know? I feel bad because I think I said I was gonna update that post, but then I got overwhelmed by schoolwork. You got my friend. Oh God, Laura! Ah! Oh, that's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. I got friends and family to like gamers. So cool. Thank you. Oh. Me and my grade appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. But gamer, you caught me during a BRB time because now I have a minute left for how do you call it? Ad manager. But I promise I'll be right back, okay? And I'll be so hydrated and I'll be so energized. I'll be like, all right, Cubs, you want to hear about the big 4 altered muscle states? Let's go! Anyway, BRB. I'll see you, Cubs, in 3 minutes, okay? Ta-da! Gamers, how's the class going?
It's going great.
She says as she lies through her teeth. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. But hi friend, hi. It's definitely going. Thank you. Thank you also for the welcome back. It's we're trying. Look, it's 2 o'clock. We only have 4 more hours. Wait, what time was my exam? Wait, Cups, did I lie to you? What time? What? Hold on. What if my exam is at 5:45? Wait, maybe it is. Hold on. What did my classmates say? Oh, 6:45. Okay, but technically I have to be there at 6:30. And then technically I have to be there a little bit. I have to get off a little bit earlier because I need to dress up. I was like, what if it's at 5? I hate doing that to myself. I hate like weirdly psyching myself out. It's okay, Cubs. It's okay. I'm glad I'm doing this today. No, I'm not. But I'm glad that we're gonna get this thing over today. No, I'm not. But and then so tomorrow can be better and I can focus on my finals because I had not really looked at my final notes. I made guides, I looked at stuff, and I was like, hey, LMAO. And technically, Cubs, me studying for this is gonna help me for this final exam on Thursday. So it's okay. I'm just doing a lot of work. Don't panic. I'll try not to. Anyway, gamers, so we're back. We're gonna try to again continue to speedrun this. Everything I do is a speedrun though, so I don't know. But let's talk about the altered muscle states. So what happens is that your muscles can act a little bit wonky. Your muscles are really cool. Your muscles can treat them like silly, stretchy little rubber bands, but sometimes those rubber bands can again like act a little funny and not work quite right. There's different ways of how they may act different. I'm sure you Cubs are familiar with like muscle spasms and weaknesses, atrophy, like a wasting away. There's 4 specific muscle alter states that she does want us to focus on though, and it's going to be both a hypertonic phase and a normal tone or shortened phase. There's other states that we don't talk about or won't be specific, but for this oral exam specifically that's happening at 6:45 for me, let's focus on these 4, okay? So the first state that we have for your muscles acting a little bit wonky is involuntary muscle holding. Now, involuntary, obviously, you don't mean to do what you are doing, but it happens. and this can happen due to injury or dysfunction of the body. Signs and symptoms might be hypertonicity, so your resting tone of your muscles increase. There's a lot of protective muscle guarding, so you don't move as freely. Like if I told you to move, like, hey, can you rotate left for me and you're having back pain? May not be as willing to do that because of the muscle guarding. Elevated resting tone goes hand in hand with that hypertonicity, and basically it's just a very abnormal elastic response to touch. What does that mean? I'm not sure. So, interventions. So basically, we need to treat the cause of the impairment. If you got some sort of injury or dysfunction, we're going to try to figure out what was it. How did this pain occur? When did it occur? How long ago did it happen? And what were you doing? You know? So, again, the biggest thing that has been a very common example that we've been using lately, again, is that you slept wrong. With this, that might be a multifidus muscle in the cervical spine got entrapped in the capsule, so you have facet capsular entrapment and the capsule is pinched in the joint and it's causing a reflex muscle contraction. So if we do treat the cause of the impairment, we can go ahead and do some isometrics, which again was the technique I showed you with the pillow in between and blah 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 blah, and that's going to relieve the pain. And if we relieve the pain, that's going to decrease some of the involuntary muscle holding and relieve that reflex muscle guarding that's happening. So yay! Ta-da! Hi TW, hi! Gowl! Gowl! And yeah, welcome! Huh? Hi Karma, hi, good morning! Hi Tippa, I got over my imposter syndromes because I realized I'm right now. What? No, you're not dumb. You know more than you know. Wait, what's the quote? You know more than you think you do. Thanks, Elijah, for that one. And I'm so sorry. Imposter syndrome really sucks. That's gonna be me when I graduate. I'm gonna have the biggest imposter syndrome. It's like, I went through 4 years of school. I mean, like, yeah, I still don't know anything. But I'm really hoping when I do my clinicals, I mean, I hope, I'll have a much better understanding of everything. But FTW, thank you for the lurk. Asa says, is it A sharp better than C? Huh? Huh? Ah! And hi, French C. Hi. A cute boy named Oda-sama. Wait, a cute boy was Oda-sama and led me here? Gamer, well, welcome to the couple chat. Welcome. Thank you, Oda-sama. Thank you, French, for taking the time to be here. I appreciate ya. I'm so sorry. I promise I'm normally gaming. That's a lie too. But it's finals, baby, and I have a little exam today, so I'm just cramming through notes. So feel free to hang out, and if you have to go, absolutely no worries. If you're like, yeah, I don't want to learn about chemical muscle holding, like what the heck is that? Completely understandable. But yeah, that is our first hypertonic altered muscle state. It's gonna be involuntary muscle holding. Basically, treat the cause. Treat the cause because they have hypertonicity and muscle guarding, and they're not moving the way they want to because there's injury. So now let's move to chemical muscle holding. So this is actually interesting because this is gonna occur if there's sustained involuntary guarding. So basically the above, and no one fixed it. Basically, it wasn't addressed in a way that was fast enough, I suppose. So now it's kind of moved on to the next stage of chemical muscle holding, and this is typically after a strain or sprain of the spine. And remember, strain is going to be muscle to bone, and sprain, like relating to the muscle. Oh, sorry. And then sprain is going to be more relating to ligaments, so bone on bone basically. And there's just something wrong, sprain or strain, whatever happened, basically. And what happens with that is that there's going to be a heightened muscle contraction, and because of that heightened muscle contraction, there's going to be an increase in chemical buildup and waste products in the muscle. Once the inflammation subsides and the involuntary I'm missing a word here and the involuntary involuntary guarding relaxes, the muscle remains tense and tight because of the buildup of the waste products from the chemicals, and the best intervention for this is going to be heat. And this may lead to compartment syndrome, which is a really rare condition, basically. Let me see if I could get the little summary of it. Compartment syndrome. A painful and dangerous condition caused by pressure buildup from internal bleeding or swelling of tissues. The pressure decreases blood flow, depriving muscles and nerves of needed nourishment. Symptoms include very severe pain, sensation of pins and needles, and weakness of the affected area. And it's very, 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 very rare. Less than 20,000 US cases kind of thing, so nothing to worry about. Hopefully not, you know? So TLDR, chemical muscle holding is basically stage 2 of involuntary guarding, and even though the inflammation process is over and done with, because of that heightened contraction making that chemical buildup, that buildup is going to be there, and that's going to be our main problem. This chemical muscle holding, some of the signs and symptoms are going to be dewy to the touch, like a little Pillsbury Doughboy, and there's going to be limited range of motion because of all that built up in there. What's going to really work out for this is going to be heat and massage, like a deep finger kneading, which hopefully I learned next semester. Please explain this to me. My courses are, I mean, they reorganized the courses, so I can't be mad, quotation marks, but I will be. There's 2 classes I have, soft tissue massage 1 and 2. Soft tissue massage 1, I think I did in my first semester. Tell me how in semester 8 I'm getting soft tissue massage 2 7 semesters later. Anyway, I'm just a student. I can't complain. Anyway, so hopefully I'll learn that technique and I'll go back being like, hey Cubs, do you remember when we talked about chemical muscle holding like a few months ago? Yeah, now I know how to deep finger massage. Oh my goodness. The best intervention is heat. Have you seen the weather lately? Brother. Maybe something a little bit more direct. Like a little heat pad on that affected area, you know? So, we talked about involuntary muscle guarding. We talked about chemical muscle holding. Now let's talk about our last hypertonic muscle altered state. And that's gonna be... da-da, involuntary muscle holding. Oh! Whoops. How long was my text gone on the bottom? Anyway. Anyway. So our last one is going to be voluntary muscle holding. So not involuntary, voluntary. So this is going to be you saying, hey, I'm too scared to move because of pain, or I'm already in so much pain, your girl is not moving. And normally this could be considered a stage 2 or a stage 3 of that follows from an involuntary or chemical state. This is actually really concerning if you're voluntarily muscle holding, because it may actually indicate a more sinister underlying pathology, especially when it comes to the cervical spine. So this could be something like cranial instability and whiplash. I think this is like a really scary example, and we had talked about this before. TLDR for the story that I've probably said a few times already, but for the Cubs who are unfamiliar, if you have some kind of injury to some of the ligaments in your cervical spine, specifically the transverse ligaments, if they don't catch that cervical instability, you're only a few millimeters away from death, basically. And the example that my professor had used is the person who had sneezed and then fell to the ground dead, basically, because that forceful sneeze had pushed their structures to then push into the spinal cord, because the ligaments weren't holding it because they had that instability, and the dens, which is the structure of the vertebra, pushed into their spinal cord, which affected their respiratory system, because that's how high the respiratory system goes, as well as the regulation of the heart, and they ended up dying. Ways that you can indicate that you may have transverse cervical symptoms, I guess, kind of, not really, is that if the person looks down and they're like, yeah, I'm looking down with my neck, but I'm having pain and numbness and tingling in my feet. Huh? That doesn't really make sense, right? Maybe it does, but to me it doesn't make sense. How does moving your neck affect your legs? I know our body's all connected, but not like that, baby. You know? I mean, it is, but like it's not. And so that can be an indication of potentially having cranial instability, which don't be scared of amazing, and hi Ashley, hi. No, don't be scared. The issue is just that person had cranial instability. They got into a motor vehicle accident and no one checked the integrity of the ligaments in their cervical spine. They didn't check their ligaments in their neck. It's very simple testing. It's really simple. But they didn't catch it when they went to the ER, and that's what happened. Everyone has really strong ligaments. Your body is much stronger than anyone gives it credit for, you know? But so voluntary muscle holding, fear, pain of fear, whatever. Signs and symptoms are going to be slow and guarded movement, and the trunk is going to move as a whole. So your neck, your ribs, your low back, moving as one unit. You know how some people, when they stretch, they like, I don't know, they do like a twisty turny kind of motion? No, these people are moving as one unit. And that's because they want to avoid pain. Never sneeze? No, please sneeze. But please cover your mouth when you do that. Please. With your arm or something. Please. I'll never forget. I saw... I'm like, guys! Did COVID not teach you anything? So some guy like sneezed in his hand. I'm like, I'm gonna lose it. Out in public, I'm like, just like brushed it off in his shirt. I'm like, I was horrified. Anyway, so the intervention basically is that make sure that you don't have anything serious. There's no red flags, and basically positive reinforcement and encouragement really goes a long way. Because with fear of movement, as long as there's not anything sinister, sometimes people are just afraid to move when they're hurting. I mean, I don't blame them. They just don't want pain. But you need to give them that encouragement, like, you know, motion is motion for your body, you know, keeping your body fluid and mobile is gonna help in the long run, so you can avoid getting stiff, and the stiffness is gonna hurt a little bit more. Don't worry, blah 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 blah. And basically just making sure that they're able to move within where they feel comfortable. Repetitive movement, they're gonna be like, oh, I can do this, and they gain the confidence. And ta-da! That's how you fix voluntary muscle holding. Yay! You sneeze in the face of the person right next to you, right? Sharing is caring? Brother. Tell them to walk it off and toughen up. No. I understand why people will act the way they do, you know? It truly is what it is. Anyway, so for normal tone, sometimes you can have something called adaptive shortening, and this is just tight muscles. This can be due to chemical muscle holding, or you know, you're stuck in one position for too long, and one position we might be in for too long is just slouching. I know, cubs are like, oh, I'm rounding up my shoulders right now. A little posture check for me, and let me squeeze my shoulder blades. Oh, man, my elbows keep hitting my water bottle. But yeah, what happens is that your body will get adjusted to whatever position that you're in. So if you're slouching, your muscles are going to shorten because I'm like, oh, it doesn't need to work as hard. Okay, here I am. So signs and symptoms is that you're going to have normal tone, but you are going to have shortened length, and because of that shortened length, you're not going to be able to move as much as you used to, and the altered position might increase curvature in your spine. In this case, it's going to increase lordosis, or like rounding in the shoulders. Interventions? Stretch. Alright, thank you for coming to my tip talk. Anyway. Now, let's talk about the facet dysfunction. So, we talked about the facets being this... do I have a little thing? Let me see. Posture check, brother. My posture is so good. No, it's not. Let me uncross my legs. Wait. Okay. Oh, hold on. I'm stretching. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I might have to pull out my Persona drink. Get my little shaker. Get my little G Fuel. Anyway. Shrimping during medical lecture. No, I'm not shrimping. I just keep crossing my legs because it's comfortable for me, you know? Oh my goodness. But yeah, so facet joints. Here's the layman's terms for it. Okay. So my TLDR before the layman's terms is that facet joints are basically little joints in your spine that basically help you complete the movement. Forward bending, backward bending, side bending, rotation, basically. Having a normal glide or movement of those allow you to do normal movements. Now, if there's any kind of adhesions or tightness or dysfunction of the facet joints, then you're not moving as well. You have very limited range of motion, and that's something we need to go ahead and fix. But facet joints, according to a 5-year-old, is imagine that your spine is like a tall tower made of building blocks called vertebra. Now picture each vertebra has 2 little joints on its back called facet joints. These facet joints are like tiny hinges that connect one vertebra to the next, and it allows your spine to bend, twist, and move in different directions without falling over. Just like hinges on a door, it helps opens and closes smoothly. Facet joints help your spine move comfortably and stay stable. They're very, very small, but they're very, very important to the overall movement of your body. So, if that's not working, oh no! What do we do? Well, there's actually a variety of things we could do because actually there's 5 different facet dysfunctions. So, we have, as our first one, we have synovitis or hemarthrosis or a strain. Synovitis is the inflammation of the synovial fluid within that joint capsule. Oh my goodness, this is me. And hemarthrosis is bleeding within that joint capsule. So basically some kind of fluid, and it might occur due to, well, who knows, but it could occur, I guess, due to a strain that you have, and that strain again being that muscle detaching from a bone. So what's gonna happen? Why does that occur? That's because there's trauma or an overstretch or maybe an awkward movement of catch, which is I don't know how to explain that one basically, but you're doing a movement and then you suddenly do a weird jerky motion basically, I guess, that was a little bit out of the norm. Yeah, that awkward motion caused this, I guess. And so signs and symptoms of people who have synovitis or the strain or the hemarthrosis is that they're going to have very guarded movements. So they're not going to want to move as much. They're very hesitant. And they may have involuntary or voluntary muscle holding. So yay. Remember, involuntary is going to be... what is it again? I can tell you, voluntary is that pain of movement and whatnot, and fear of movement. So you don't want to do it. Involuntary can happen due to trauma or dysfunction or injury, or yay! It can happen because of injury and dysfunction, and that's going to cause this guarding and hypertonicity. I remember now. Let's go! The Tippa lectures are working. Yay! Dice anyway. But anyway, the treatment for this is that it's gonna be rest, maybe a soft corset or collar, depending if it's lumbar or cervical, and then just really careful movements. Just rest and relax. There's really nothing we could do if there's swelling. We have to wait for that to subside. Now, what happens here is that maybe it can be a stiffness or a restriction of the facet joints. So some of the causes for that could be resolved synovitis, so basically stage 2, it progressing, and the hemarthrosis, that bleeding in the joint, is not symptomatic basically. So stage 2, level 2, and you didn't get the treatment, you didn't rest, you started continuing on with your life, and you're like, ooh, maybe not the move gamer. So signs and symptoms for that is going to be limited range of motion and a capsular pattern, which I'm not going into. I'm sorry. And then another sign and symptom is going to be a lower tolerance to insult. Lower tolerance to insult. Hold on. Oh, that is really from the notes, huh? Okay. Lower tolerance to insult, hence strain and pain associated for it. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I was really debating if I wanted to take this phone call. I'm like, Hold on. Yeah, I don't want to take that phone call. Okay. Sorry. Hold on one moment. Don't mean to have like a little baby break. I was just like, oh, this looks really interesting. I see. Okay, so, I know this sounds really silly, but you know how I told you because I'm going to Yeehaw Land, right? Small tangent. I was debating on how I want to get my car to Texas, and I'm like, oh, maybe I could ship it. And, I haven't really found a good automobile shipper. I thought I had found one, and I thought I had found one for a really good price. It was not a good price. Because the company is, what do you call it? Rated very low and very poor. So sometimes I'll get phone calls from them and they use the new number, and I looked up the number. I'm like, oh, okay, that was them. Shipping a car, that can't be cheap. It isn't, but it's okay. What I got quoted. So here, we'll have a small tangent, okay? So I'm really trying to figure out how to do it because I told you Cubs it's like a 20+ hour drive from where I am to go to Yeehaw Land, and Yeehaw Land is humongous, okay? Mind you. Anyway, so I was like, oh, I could ship it, and apparently shipping for one way is about $700, which is expensive. It's very expensive. So obviously it would be cheaper to drive, but the issue of why you would want to probably ship a car is because my gosh, how do you say it? The reason why you would probably want to ship a car is so it's not as much damage to your car, in the sense that you're not running your cars to the ground even further than you have to be, right? 20 hours, couple of days, easy? It's gonna take me like 3 days. What would take someone a day or two is gonna take me like 5. You know what? I'm really lucky though, because Ryan, she was like, hey, I have off that week. And I'm like, you have off that week? Oh. So she's like, we could do a girls' road trip. And I'm like, that would be so fun if I didn't absolutely hate driving. Okay, don't get me wrong. I actually don't hate driving. Driving's not bad, but I'm so like, what is the word? Because of the amount of hours it takes me to drive to school, I'm so jaded basically by road trips. So I can definitely do a couple of hours, but like, I mean, it would be interesting because I actually haven't really explored Bearcat Mountain to its fullest. So, and I've never really gone. I've never really gone west driving before. I've only been north, south. I've only been up and down the East Coast, basically. So it's really interesting to be like, west? Huh? And I've never really been north of my state. So I'm kind of like, oh, well, that would be interesting, you know? I could try it out, I guess. How expensive is driving 20 hours? Probably not that long. My car is relatively small. And it's very relatively affordable to put gas, like to fill up a tank. On a bad day, it's like $30-something, you know? Maybe less than 40. And I'll have to do that a few times, obviously, during the drive. So I'm kind of like, definitely not $700, though. But yeah, including the wear, I have no idea. There's another option I did want to look into now that you guys remind me. I forgot I could take the train. But I don't know if it goes to my area. Do you know what I mean? If it doesn't go to my area, I'm screwed. And if it doesn't go to the area that I need, I'm screwed. Okay, let me actually check. I'm really curious now. Bearcat Mountain to Yeehaw Land. Wait, it only goes... Wait, huh? Hold on. Hold on. Am I just sorry. Am I just screwed? It looks like they only take. Oh, I'm gonna lose. No way. So they do. Maybe I'm not on the right side. No, but maybe I am. I don't think they do my area, first of all, and second of all, it's a very specific highway that they'll take you to, you know. So it's fine. So okay, so train is not an option. Driving it's still an option. Shipping it's still an option. And my my mama bearcat, bless her heart, she's like, "Have you considered renting?" And I'm like, "Mama bearcat, are you crazy? Renting a car for 6 weeks?" I think about $2,000. I'm like, gamer, I'll drive at that point. My car, I am doing everything in its power to last me till graduation. I'm not automatically gonna get like a brand new car, but I'm just like, anyway, I'll figure it out. It's gonna be so fun, so easy, so and it doesn't help that I don't want to put specifics out there, but there's an event that I want to go to, right? And the event is actually the weekend right before I go to Yeehaw Land. Like it's the weekend, and then that Monday I would start at the clinic, and I'm just like, yeah, but if I ship my car, it would already be in Yeehaw Land. And I can't be in Bearcat Mountain for this event because I have no way to drive. And I can't just wait for this event to happen and then drive up to Yeehaw Land because I won't make it in 2 days. So I'm like, ah! And I'm like, do I fly back to Bearcat Mountain for this event? I'm like, no, that would be stupid. I'll figure it out. Literally, I have after finals to figure it out. Worst case scenario, I just drive. It's fine. No, it's not. But it's okay. No, it's not. I can do it. No, I can't. Okay, so now that I'm done freaking out, we're in Yeehaw Land across the Rockies, brother. I don't know anything about American geography because I'm like, where the heck are the Rockies? Wyoming, obviously? Yeah, basically. Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to ship it or Uber it a bit. Yeah, like if I... See, the issue is just if the train thing would have worked, and then I would have like drove it from that, you know what I mean? Like if the drive was like maybe like 6 to 8 hours, yeah, that sucks. Sure. Sure, it does suck, but it wouldn't be as bad as 20 hours or 20 plus hours, you know? Ugh. Anyway, Ashley says I've driven up 8 hours one way, which was 60 up and back before a van before. Yeah, I've heard crazy people do that before. Not considering you crazy, I'm just saying. But what I'm trying to say is, I think my family member did that. No, it's not my family. One of my friends' best friends did that. I guess they're my friend too, but they're like, yeah, I drove all the way to New Bearcat City for a car, and I'm like, are you crazy? Huh? What? I wouldn't. The car has to be like brand new, nice, and maybe worth $1 for me to do that. But they drove up for it. I'm like, no, gamer. I would have flown, and then I would have drive back down for the car, you know. But that's not my life. Anyway. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did see the link. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never told you where the Rockies were. You were gonna show me, and I definitely did like indirectly ban you. I'm sorry. So this is a part of the debut. I know this sounds dumb. Then I'm like, oh yeah, sometimes people will just put random links in chat. And there's this one person who did it and I didn't really like it. Not any of you cubs, and I'm not putting names out there. It was just like a random person, like first time chatter, and they put a link and I'm like, well, that's stupid. Maybe second time chatter, sorry, let me specify. And it was like a joke, obviously. It wasn't anything serious, but I'm like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable if you just being a second time chatter putting links. I only feel like random people put links in, so I'm just gonna ban it. But it's not banned for sugar bears. That'll be explained in my future panels coming in 2 weeks. I can trust sugar bears. I promise it's not a pay to win thing. It's just me being dumb. Anyway. I'm trying to find the Rocky Mountains. Wyoming, Colorado? Yeah, it's not past the Rockies. Can confirm. Anyway. Back to the grind. Man, I forgot I have to plan for that. It's not that I forgot. It's not in the front of my head right now. I really might just... sucks. It sucks to suck cubs, you know? Anyway. The road trip won't be much. Stiffness and restriction. Oh, we already talked about it. Okay, so if you have a restriction, you're not moving as well, manipulation is going to be the key, baby. Anyway, so painful entrapment is another facet dysfunction we could talk about. And this is awkward movement and eccentric range. Why was Robert struck down? Oh my god. I'm sorry. I literally implemented it. Wikipedia? Like, no, I saw it. I did see it. But I'm not going that far. I'm going to Yeehaw Land. Yeehaw Land is really big. Yeah. Sorry, but welcome back from the walk. Welcome. Alright, so painful entrapment, we talked about this multiple times. This awkward movement in the eccentric range, and basically what happens is that you're unable to slide inferiorly down with the facet joints, and the head is gonna be held away from the painful side. So if someone has, like, again, a creak in their neck, they're like, oh, my left side really hurts, you'll catch them side bending over to the right. There's no neurological signs related to this. It's just a painful entrapment of the muscle in the capsule. So what you would do is isometric manipulation, and you could do this both for the cervical and the lumbar. For the cervical, again, you do the technique with the pillow where you turn their head in a diagonal and apply 5 to 10 pounds. And for the lumbar, this is something we didn't talk about before, but we would do a technique called positional distraction, where basically you place a little pillow bolster underneath them and be like, all right, good luck. Oh no, Robert, I am. It's gonna be updated in the panels, baby, in 2 weeks. All right, so mechanical block. Mechanical block is another facet dysfunction, and this is going to be idiopathic, meaning that there's really no known cause of why this happens. But the mechanical block could also occur due to a loose body of cartilage that kind of was free floating, or impaction, whatever that means. So what happens with mechanical block is that it's a sudden onset. We don't really know why, what, it just is there. And it blocks motion, hence mechanical block, but it's relatively pain-free. It's just like, yeah, I don't have any pain moving to this direction, but I'm just not really getting the range. So with this, really what's going to happen is that a good treatment for the cervical is that you can have a strong manual traction, so kind of pulling away at that area. Or you could do something with the lumbar spine or the lower back, and you can do the same positional distraction, but with this rotational aspect to further open, and hopefully that can resolve some of the symptoms. And our last facet dysfunction is going to be chronic facet arthrosis. This can occur due to poor posture, trauma, and overuse. Signs and symptoms are going to be dull ache, local pain, and stiffness. And really, this is just going to be something very generalized where the treatment's just decompress. Have some education about your posture and why proper posture is okay. Mobilize the joints if stiff, and then don't mobilize them if they're hypermobile. If something's already moving so loosey-goosey, adding extra motion is not the move. Okay. You might have to mobilize neighboring joints. We don't want to necessarily brace them or anything if they're hypermobile. Sometimes people are just born loosey-goosey. We just have to be really careful with that. Hee hee ha ha ho ho. Couldn't be me. I'm not loosey goosey by any means possible. Your girl, like a good way to say that you're hypermobile is the people who could do like the hitchhiker thumbs, and their thumbs can bend back. No. Anyway, and you could just address other muscular impairments associated with this. So our 5 facet dysfunctions is the synovitis, the mechanical block, the chronic arthrosis, whatever, stiffness. I don't know what the third one is. Oh, painful entrapment. Yay! We'll look at that later. Alright, so these are the same thing. Sorry for the bloody image. I hope I don't get banned. Alright, explain how the multifidus isometric contraction works and what structure prevents the capsule from being pinched. Okay. Oh, okay, good. So let's talk about this. So the multifidus, it might be better if you could see an image of it. Multifidus this, multifidus that. What the heck is it? Excuse me. Ta-da. You showed enough guts to put a horror movie set to shame, you're fine. Yeah, but that was a cadaver photo, and I... not for anything. I'm squeamish to anything gore related, but... like... I don't know, cadavers, I'm like, oh, whatever. But I'm like, oh, not everyone's the same. Not everyone's the same, don't do that. Anyway, so the multifidus, this is gonna be a muscle that you see on the right side, or yeah, right here. I'm cuddling with the multifidus. Yay! Your multifidus is a really long muscle, as you can tell, and it attaches onto various places on the how do you call it? Throughout the spine, and it attaches from the neck to the back. That's crazy, right? But what happens is that this muscle can get entrapped in different places, and really you mostly hear about it for the neck and the back. The back will, what happens is that this muscle atrophies relatively quickly if you have low back pain. And for the cervical neck thing, again, it's just the whole like, oh, I woke up with this crick. I feel like I've said that like 5 times now, so I really do apologize. But it's true. This muscle also helps you with side bending, rotation, and I want to say flexion, but don't count me on that one. It's been a little bit with my origin insertions, innervations, and actions for multifidus, so I apologize. But yeah, so how to explain how the contraction works and what structures prevent the capsule from being stiff. So let's see. So my classmate is explaining how to do the technique. The theory is that the multifidus attaches to the capsule and it will pull the capsule out of the joint when it isometrically contracts. Multifidus attached to the capsule. Okay. So the isometric contraction is going to pull, attaches to the capsule, and because it attaches, it's going to pull out. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And so here's the technique again. And I'm sorry for the ladies in the bikinis, but you could do it for the lumbar and you could do it for the neck. Again, the neck, having a pillow because the barrier would be nice to have, whether you're male or female. And then this is one for the back where basically you're asking them to contract. And again, both of these techniques is to help again with this entrapment issue. Big smiley emoji. The structures that are going to help prevent the multifidus from being stretched, however, it's going to be the meniscoids, the ligamentum flavum, and the multifidus itself. So, this one is a little bit weird. Hold on. Sorry. I thought I had notes for this one, but when I had looked, I didn't. So it truly is what it is. But we'll talk about this and then hopefully we'll take another little baby break, okay? Okay. Gesundheit. Danke. Danke. Oh, Cubs! Really off topic. Cubs, my Spanish lessons are going so well. I could say... No, I actually can't even say that. I could say I live in America now. Vivo en estudio... Oh, no, I can't say America. Estados Unidos? Okay, maybe they're not going well. I can't believe Tepo speaks fluent Spanish now. Sí, yo entiendo español, mi amigo. Sí. ¿Habla? Un poco de español, pero no sé. I don't know, no sé. Anyway, so let us list 3 SI joint dysfunctions, and I'll try to tell you everything I know about them. But basically, a sacroiliac dysfunction is a syndrome that guys, hold on. Cringe. The sacroiliac dysfunction is a syndrome that occurs more commonly in females based on the differences in structure of the joint and the fact that females have much more inherent laxity in their ligaments. So for 3 syndromes of the SI dysfunction, we're gonna have strain and sprain, we're gonna have hypermobility and instability, and then we're also gonna have displacement. For sprain and strain, this is gonna be a one-time event, and this is normally occurring if someone has like a slip or fall, or maybe an awkward position of the hips with a particular activity. Again, we talked about sprain and strain quite in excess, so we're gonna skip over to hypermobility and instability. So hypermobility and instability is actually gonna be a persistent strain or sprain. This could be for a variety of reasons, but this can actually happen to someone who's postpartum and has several months of their pubic symphysis stretched out, and as a result, the pelvis is less stable than before. Maybe this patient has now slipped down or had multiple injuries, and that can also occur if someone's presenting with hypermobility and instability. And displacement, this is just when the SI joint is displaced. This can occur if someone has a motor vehicle accident and the pubic symphysis and the SI joints were separated, so they're no longer in congruency or, symmetrical. This displacement doesn't have to be separate, and it could just be a tiny bit of displacement, but that tiny bit of displacement is going to make a world of difference. So let's talk about it all, but I hope... No, did they? Hold on. Sorry, not to be a huge crybaby. Give me one moment. I was like, I hope my classmate wrote about the SI joint, and they talked about the differences between female and male pelvises. Let me see. Yeah, boy. Alright, where's a good place to put this? Instability. Alright, I'll put it right here. And we'll look at that just a little bit, okay? So let's talk about... I'm just gonna read it off the PowerPoint slide. I hope that's okay with you guys. So sacroiliac strain and sprain. Again, this could be related to the muscle or ligaments in the SI joint. And actually, I'm so sorry, Cubs. I've been like drawing the word SI joint. I know some of you may know it's the hips. I just... Let's get... Let's do this. Hold on. Oh. Sorry, hold on. Ta-da! These are your hips, baby! Alright, so when we talked about SI, again, sacrum, sacral, sacroiliac, so, or ilium, or pelvis, basically. And then here's your sacrum, and then at the very end, look at this. This is your tailbone, this is your coccyx. This is the one that Baz is like, I'm gonna kick you in here, and I'm like, please don't. Don't do it! So we have a lot of ligaments and a lot of muscles related to this area. So this again can happen due to a one-time incident if we have a sprain or strain. For the sprain or strain, we are going to understand that maybe there's a fall on the ischial tuberosity or your butt bone. And it's like, I have a butt bone? Like, yeah. You know that like pointy bit of your butt? Like if you were to dig through your butt tissues and muscles. And you would feel like I don't know. You've never heard of someone with a bony butt? Like, I don't know. Something like that. It's just ischial tuberosities, okay? Maybe they bumped down the stairs, so when they felt like a little cartoon character and they kept bumping their butt. Or maybe like an awkward twist and reach. Return of the booty bone. Ooh, ischial tuberosity. I feel like I need to grab a picture of that one too. Hold on. Ischial tuberosity. Oh yeah, baby. Let me get this copyrighted image. Butt bone, butt bone, butt bone, butt bone. Booty bone, booty bone. See? Still your hips, still your sacrum, but this is from the posterior back view. Butt bone. Okay? So what happens is that someone has a sacroiliac strain or sprain. There's going to be pain, and it's very well localized over the SI joint. What we're going to do to have some interventions is that we're going to help strengthen the multifidus and other core muscles, because we don't want to, compensate too much. We could use IFC, the interferential electrical stimulation, or some of you cubs may know it as the TENS unit, and we can use ice or heat to kind of get some of that, that pain and inflammation down, depending on what may even be the patient's preference or what may be necessary at the time. So patient education is very important, so make sure that you don't fall again. Maybe someone's at a falls risk because maybe they don't have an appropriate assistive device, maybe they don't have a cane, a walker, etc. With this, we do just have to educate them and be like, hey, try not to fall again. So easy for it. But unfortunately, with sacroiliac strain and sprains, if there is repetitive sprains or strains, they will occur as hypermobilities. And if you're hypermobile, definitely not the most stable. So these terms go hand in hand. So now we can move on and talk about sacroiliac hypermobile and instability. So this is going to occur due to repetitive minor trauma. This can also occur due to constant one-leg standing. This can also occur due to sexual intercourse strains and childbirth. It was really awkward, to be honest. Really awkward when my professor is like, yeah, this is really why it's important to be really creative in the bedroom. And I'm like, what? It's like your mother trying to explain birds and bees. It's like, what's happening here? But it really can occur. Hypermobility or instability can occur by one of these 4 ways. And the signs and symptoms for this is that there's going to be a dull ache, especially with backwards torsion. So let me think about this. So if you were to do like a marching to bring like your knee to your chest, what happens is that that's going to create a backwards torsion on the hip bone. And so if you're doing this while standing, especially one leg standing, there's going to be a dull ache with that motion on the same side. There's going to be a lower iliac crest on standing, so kind of what we were talking about earlier about like, hey, this one hip is hiking and the other one isn't. It might be due to sacroiliac hypermobility or instability. There's a hypermobile pubic symphysis and a positive spring test. So the spring test causes pain. Your pubic symphysis is actually this. Now, God help us. I'll never get over it. In my other program, we had to palpate for the pubic symphysis on our classmates. And as you understand that this is like a very private area. And also understand that your bladder's here, so pushing down on this area was not fun. It was not fun being the patient getting my pubic symphysis like pressed on. I'm like, hey, I think I have to pee now. But basically understanding that this can be that area of the body, that pubic symphysis is going to be hypermobile, definitely moving. So how can we treat this? So really, with any hypermobility, SI joint or not, we want to stabilize it. We can use different kind of materials. We can use the SI belt. We can use a maternity binder. just anything that will help keep it there. We want to tackle any of the areas that may be stiff and manipulate them. And of course, we do not want to mobilize the hypermobile area. The reason why we would want to manipulate the areas around it is because, again, our body loves to compensate. And it's the idea that if everything around that area is stiff, the SI joint, which is already hypermobile, is going to continue to be hypermobile. So let's try to prevent that as much as we can, okay? We can do other things as well other than support and manipulation. We can instruct them to have better posture. We can help do stabilization exercises. The muscles could the muscles could do the work for us, basically. Gluteus maximus exercises, multifidus, abdominals. I don't recall what sclerosing is for pain reduction, so I'm going to go ahead and look that up. And apparently surgical fusion is also an option. Big smiley. Sclerosis means scarring, but what does this mean in this case? I don't know, I'm sorry. Well, does it have it here? Okay. Now, if those interventions are working for patients, you could sclerose for pain reduction. What should I do? An injection. Okay, injection into the joint surface of a chemical irritant that causes the joint to scar down. The joint does scar down with age, but this will help increase that scarring down process when there's too much motion going on. Excuse me. That's fine. And then the last one is surgical fusion. Of course, with anything, we want to make sure that we are doing conservative treatments before anything else. But yeah, confuse that. So, we talked about this briefly, about clinical prediction rules or guidelines. Again, this is like basically a medical cheat sheet of like, oh, if this person has these clusters and they're proven for this, then we could do this. And this is the one that has the most results and most research behind it. And this will most likely help out your patient. So, clinical prediction rules for patients who respond to a stabilization program. So, the cluster, which is basically a group of symptoms, or I guess you wouldn't say symptoms, a group of characteristics to prove, hey, they would be really, really good for this. So you would have, let's see, you would have patients who are younger than the age of 40, patients who, if you ask them to go reach down to their toes, while they're forward bending, they start shaking. It's like, oh, why are they shaking? They're having a really difficult time returning upright. They would also respond really well to a stabilization program. Patients who exhibit a good hamstring length, so they can bend their hips and maintain a neutral with their lumbar spine. So when you're bending down, basically making sure that you have the motion to do that and your hamstrings aren't like screaming at you. And then patients who test positive with a prone instability test. I don't know if the picture will be here, so we'll go ahead and draw it really quick. But the prone instability test, Cubs, you're so good. You're the best patients. Do you know that? So, you are on your back, and my really strong self, who is trying their best, is going to lift up your legs. Without hurting myself. I will have the proper body mechanics, I guess. Sure, why not? But you're gonna be on a table, and I'm going to lift your legs up, and basically you're supposed to tell me, hey, this is replicating pain here, basically. And if you're replicating pain here, I'll be like, oh boy, oh golly geez, I wonder why. But that means that you have a positive sign, and with that positive sign, that means you have a positive prone instability test, which will make you really good for the stability, oh my goodness, how do you call it? A program that is set for people who have a hypermobile SI joint. Drop the mic. Sleeper Gamer, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for the tier 1 support. A whole hecky loves. I can't believe it. I'm gonna turn that 8 to its side. You're gonna be here forever, for infinity. But thank you for your continued support as a sugar bear. I appreciate it very much. Welcome. A step of flipping people? Brother, the only thing I'm flipping is I don't know. No, it's a test. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I wouldn't be flipping people for funsies. That's too much strain on my Forever 17 pack, you know. I may have the spirit of a Forever 17-year-old, but my back isn't how it used to be. You know, once I turned Forever 17 plus 1, it was all over for me. Oh my goodness. That's okay, it's okay. I'll just compensate with everything else to be Forever 17. My back about? No, I'm just kidding. I don't have back problems, thankfully. Or I hope not. Or not consistent back pain, you know? I think the Docky can help with its bear hug strength. Brother, I'm just so excited for the Docky. I'm so excited about the shop in general. I added new items. Would you believe that, Cubs? I don't think you Cubs would believe me. I added new items. Because I'm like, oh, okay, the Cubs hacked in. Well, I gotta hit them with the surprise. I actually, you know. I gotta keep something secret, I guess. Sure. I'm so excited, though. Anyway, I don't know why I did this. I snoozed the ad manager, but I'm like, oh, I guess we can finish up this little statement, and then we'll politely BRB, because we're hitting another hour of, how do you say it? Streaming. Looking forward to the standee when you reveal it? Yes! And I decided I was gonna do something else with it. So, the artists, I actually really adore their art, like, to the point that I'm like, oh, this person's art is gonna be my new icon. But they're so cute because they drew, like, a full body and, like, a little bonus chibi, and both are so cute, and both I got their permission to get merch of. I'm like, oh, thank you! And the chibi, I'm like, oh, gosh darn it, we have so many charms already, I guess? I'm like, what if I make this into a pin? But an acrylic pin, not the fancy metal pin. I'm sorry. I hope my big chibi head will be able to support the pin weight. But look forward to it. It's a really cute one, and I hope maybe pin was the right direction. And because my dumb brain is like, oh, I had 8 items. I technically added 4 more items, so the store can look even. Haha, hee hee ho ho. I think maybe 12 items is a little ambitious for a first merch drop, but I don't know what came over me. I don't know. So many items. I know. I'm just excited. Everyone has different, like, versatile needs, you know? Invest. We got this, we got that, we got everything to fit your needs. You don't like Dockies? No problem. We got a keychain version of it. Don't like Docky keychains? Okay, I got you with regular keychains. Don't like keychains at all? Well, I got this other item that I won't spoil. You want this? You want that? I got you! Thank goodness the pre-orders, am I right? Maybe if I buy extra, I'll keep the shop open for a little bit. Oh, I guess I probably shouldn't do that, though. I probably shouldn't do that because I won't be home to do any of that, so. Anyway. You need shower curtains? We got that. You need doormats? Say no more. You need a phone case? Don't worry, we covered all the phone cases. You got an iPhone? I got you. Android? I got you. Oh my goodness. I can't believe the stocks are increasing. I'm so excited. But, yeah. Every single phone! Every single one! Even the flip phone! You know, actually, I think the flip phones are really cute. The new ones? But I don't think I'll be getting it anytime. You know? Maybe. Like, have you seen it? It's really cute. I'm not interested or invested in a phone. Let me see. Can I show you, Cubs, if I do this? Flip phone. I had to do therapy at some point because my hamstrings needed stretching. Can't disappoint Big Ham? No, you can't. Gamer. Oh. Hold on. Gosh darn it. Google. Or Amazon. I have to screen cap this. Hold on. Buying the official Tipanya Nokia 3310 case or 3310 case. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Alright. But something like this, if I copied and pasted it right. Like this. This is so cute. And the phone bends like right here. And then, you know, some people have put charms. Brothers, I'm bringing back the charms to put on your Nokias. This is me when I'm lazy. I look like a cursed doll. I feel like I'm one of those dolls that like voodoo dolls. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Look forward to it. But yeah, I think the flip phones are really cute, you know? But I just can't justify it quite yet. I'm really happy with my phone anyway. Or I really like my Pixel. Also, I just don't really use my phone that much anymore. I don't know. It's a phone call simulator for me, and when I get bored, in a waiting room simulator. Anyway. Anyway, we're done with this, and now we could talk about the treatment principles for instability, but we'll talk about that after break. Okay? So with that, let us go ahead and take a little stand up and stretch break, a little snack break. Brother, you know me, I'm gonna go snack on my little banana. And I'm gonna be like, wow, this fruit is so good. Crazy. so poggy walkie. I hope you cubs have a super good 3-minute break, okay? Okay? Okay. Ads! The stocks are going up! Ta-da! Alright. Well, let me politely BRV. Ta-da! I see you cubs in a little bit, okay? Okay. Bye! Are you on time? What is he? Flashing his head to... I'm leaving. Goodbye! Bye, BRB! I'm back. Sorry. I played with Baby Peas. I lifted her up to my fan and she basically kept like slapping at the little like cord outfit. So that was my 3 minutes. And then after 3 minutes I was like, oh, I'm hungry. So I ate a banana and I was like, I'm not gonna be like hi recap, I'm back. I was like, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll take a little extra break. But thank you for welcome back. Hi, welcome, gamer. Baby Peas and banana. Good break. It's such a good break. Thank you for welcome back. Thank you. All right, we are 30 pages in from where we were 3 hours ago. We are on page 70. Yeah, 72 out of 171 now because I added notes. Oh, Cubs. It's gonna be rough. Okay. Hi, Mr. Gray. Hi, welcome. Good vibes, folks. Oh, brother, thank you. Hi. I need those good vibes right now. The vibes right here. They're good. The vibes are good. My mood? My mental being? Not good. I need to get through this. Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just... Alright. So, treatment principles for instability. So we talked about instability and whatnot. So if you're just coming in and welcome, we were talking about the hip joint. Specifically, we're talking about the SI joint, which is this beautiful. But I did like the picture. Well, never mind. It's beautiful. Your hip, basically your hip bones. There's different ways they could get injured. It could be a stress or strain. We talked about hypermobility or instability, and now we're going to talk about ways that we could treat the instability. I'm just going to read off the PowerPoint slide. So tee haha ho ho because of limited time, and if we need more clarification, we'll just read the giant transcript on the left. But some treatment principles for instability is that we're going to train for motor endurance, teach motor control, body awareness, education on diet and nutrition, smoking cessation, and keeping the patient's motivation at a very high level. We want to ensure slow, continuous improvement and train for health and not performance. Basically, everything that was just listed previously. We can do our exercises to help with stabilization for the instability, such as training our abdominal muscles, the multifidus, the muscle we talked about earlier, the really long one in the back, the quadratus lumborum, which is actually a muscle that helps with hip hiking, and quadriceps and gluteal muscles. So our quads, again, being the muscles on the front of our thighs, and our glutes being our booty muscles, okay? Huh? My bank account got compromised and I almost stepped on a water snake. I'm so sorry, gamer. At least 2 of those things are resolvable. 1, the water snake, resolvable. Didn't step on it, say no more. Bank account compromised, I'm so sorry. But thankfully they have ways. I feel like it's a pain in the butt, but there's ways to recover your account quickly. And so I hope that process goes very smooth for you. I'm so sorry to hear that though. I would fight anyone. That's why I'm so scared at gas stations. I'm like, someone's gonna steal my credit card information. I put my card into a fake scanner. It's all good. There was a lot of stress. No, I don't blame you, gamer. But again, I hope you get your cash monies back. And more. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we could do manual therapy again. We don't want to manipulate something that's hypermobile, but we can manipulate the things around it. So yay. Alright, so let's talk about displacement. So this is the third type of situation that could happen when your SI joint. Recall the first one, stress and sprain and strain. The second one is going to be instability and hypermobility. So this one, displacement, is that we literally have a separation. This is gonna happen when the hypermobile joints are gonna override their joint surfaces, and pretty much the joint surfaces will rupture and basically not be congruent anymore. And what happens is that even if it's a tiny bit of displacement, they're going to have constant or nearly constant low-grade pain, even at bed rest. So they're going to be really uncomfortable. So some of the causes that it's going to occur is because of the hypermobile joint. It can happen because there's a severe force to the joint. Think of, again, that motor vehicle accident. Or just a possible rupture to the pubic symphysis, so the thing keeping basically your hips together. Other than the sacrum, of course. Signs and symptoms are going to be, again, that constant pain, raised or lowered iliac crest, so the levels of our hips are different. One is higher, one is lower. We're going to have a restricted passive movement, and we're going to have a positive supine to sit test, where basically they're like, yeah, I have pain. It's like, oh boy, buddy, oh pal. So these are some x-rays to show that there's some separation and displacement. And some intervention is that we could do some manipulation to help reduce it. And that's it. Manipulation and hope. You got pricked by the used insulin needle at work? Oh, I'm sorry, gamer. Is the used needle a metaphor for a society? I hope not, gamer. I'm so... Used needles. They warn you about that, you know? I'm sorry, gamer. Hope you have a better day. Anyway, so here are the differences between the male and female SI joints. So, you know, they say that the female hips are wider. They say it normally because it's to accommodate childbirth and blah 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 blah. I wonder if there is a let's show you how different it is. Male and female hip differences. Gal Garland gamer. I hope you've been doing super well. Welcome, welcome. Gal Nya, welcome. Alright, so sorry, not for my brain to stop at that very moment. I was just reading this. So here's our pelvis. Yep, your pelvis. So the male pelvis right here has a higher iliac crest. So your hip bones, I guess, sit a little bit higher on the body in comparison to a female pelvis. Instead of higher, it's gonna be wider on the female pelvis, and it's gonna be much shorter. You have a deeper pelvic cavity for goodness knows what, while a female pelvis has a shallow cavity. So get the general idea. And the pubic arch right here, there's a more wider opening, again, for childbirth and whatnot. And this angle can range from anywhere to 80 to 90, while males don't have that wide pubic arch. It's about 60 to 70. So here's the difference visually. So now let me go ahead and talk to you about the differences and several things, okay? So in joint surfaces, for females, basically, there's not really as long as of a connection between the innominate and sacrum, innominate referring to the actual hip itself, and that it's only going to cover 2 sacrovertebral segments. Excuse me, baby peas. So you know how we talk about in the spine, how we say vertebra 1, 2, 3, 4, like L1 refers to the low back or the lumbar spine, and we'll say L1, L2, L3, whatever. Well, we have the same thing for the sacrum because that's still a part of our spine, and we say S1, S2, S3. So for the female, it's only going to cover like S1, S2, and then for males, it's going to cover 3. And you can see that this definitely connects 1, 2, 3, while this is maybe like 1 and 2. Sure, that's the difference between joint surfaces. So TLDR, females have less of a joint surface covered segment-wise. Mickey Mouse mask? I guess. The articulate surface is going to be flatter and smoother. while the males are going to be rougher, more pronounced, but this allows for more stability in the hips. For childbirth, for females, it's going to be strains and just carrying the fetus, which is going to be different from males who typically don't. Hormonal changes. Females just go through a lot of hormonal changes. And it's not just related to the hormone change that you have when having a baby. This is just something that happens with the lifespan, while males typically don't. Habitual one leg standing. Apparently males just don't stand on one leg. There was no information about it. But apparently women, or sorry, those with a female pelvis, typically stand on one leg, and this could be when they're holding a child. You know, they have like that baby on one hip, and really that's just an unequal force to the pelvis, which can contribute to some type of dysfunction. During sexual intercourse, female pelvises tend to be tight in the hips, especially in a missionary position. What happens is that kind of force and pressure can separate the pubic symphysis, which can be harmful. And again, that pubic symphysis is this thing right here, so that's kind of spooky. But for posterior torsion of the SI joint, so if our hip rotating backwards, so again this happens with like the knee coming on up, it's going to be greater in females because of the center of gravity, because oh goodness, the acetabulum sits in front of the sacrum, while in males the acetabulum will sit in line with the sacrum, and the acetabulum is the not here, so I can't show you, but please just bear with me, okay? Believe me. Huh? I stand firmly with both legs on the ground? Me with my legs crossed right now, huh? Oh no, my feminine habits of standing on one leg. Oh my goodness, Garland, that sounds so good. Gamer, enjoy your chicken tacos. Oh my goodness, that sounds so tasty. I want to eat. I didn't end up cooking anything last night. I ended up making popcorn right before anime night, and I'm like, yep, this is my dinner. So hopefully I actually cook something today. Big smiley emoji. Thank you for the posture check. Thank you. Popcorn dinner. My legs are uncrossed now. I hope you're happy. Anyway. So, how do we decide on an SI treatment? What is SI treatment? And what would be the home exercise program to support the treatment? Oh, brothers. Okay. I'm not gonna read through that. I will be happy to read through this. So. Oh, maybe hold on, Cubs. Hold on. One moment. Hee. Ho. Hold on. Hold on. Let me look for something really quick, and if I don't find it in the next 3 seconds, I guess we're reading this. Hold on. Oh goodness. I'm like, Hubs, am I delusional? You're gonna be like, what, Tippa? I'm like, yeah, Cubs, the background is moving. And I was like, oh, I forgot. I have like a very transparent grid layout over this. And I set it to a scroll for goodness knows whatever reason. And I'm like, is my mind playing tricks on me? I forgot I had it set like this. I miss the setup sometimes, and sometimes I'm like, ah, whatever. I was popping off whenever I made this maybe 3 years ago. It definitely does need like a small update, at least with the border. Maybe, who knows. Anyway. So, explain how to decide on this. So the treatment decision, what happens is that there's actually an algorithm we can use, you know? But for the algorithm, let's continue reading. So if there's greater than 3 or more positive SI, sacroiliac joint provocation tests, so tests that purposely say, hey, LMAO, I'm causing this pain, yeah, we'll figure out treatment from there. But Lord Peace, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. So we can provoke the ilium into anterior. These are just saying the different tests. Hold on. Let's just go to the chart. Let's just go. Oh, brother. Why is that happening? Okay. So if there is 3 or more positive pain provocation tests, we're gonna move on to this. We're gonna provoke the ilium, so the hip bone on the side, into an anterior rotation. So we're gonna bring the leg back. Now we have 2 options here. Does it reduce pain? Great, use it as a treatment then. If there's no change, let's try to see if we could put it in a posterior rotation, so we're bringing the leg up. And if that reduces pain, great, we're using it as a treatment. If there's no change, we're gonna retest the AL. What is the A? Oh, active straight leg raise. And if that's positive, for whatever reason, now, that's positive, we would consider a binder or an SIJ belt. If it doesn't cause pain, they will be more likely to be better off with a stabilization program and other modalities, maybe such as a TENS unit to reduce pain, and maybe do some soft tissue mobilization or like a little bit of a massage. If they test positive for active straight leg raise, again, we could consider a belt. And then it goes the same. I don't know how to explain it. The human body is so funny, and treatment is just so funny. Hey, you hurt when I do this test? Okay, well, you definitely have pain with this motion. Oh, hey, wait. This test that's supposed to provoke pain actually makes you feel better? I guess we're gonna turn it into a treatment now. So that's so funny. But yeah, that's basically the logistics. So basically, they have 3 or more pain tests that are positive. You start doing these sort of things, and then you go from there. If there's still pain again with active straight leg raise, no matter what path you pick, you have to pick an SI belt, and then eventually it's going to lead to stabilization exercises. In the end, this is fake. This is a fake logistics guide because everything just leads up to this, no matter where your origin was. But it's fine, it's whatever, it makes my life easy. So we could do forward and back rotations. This is what I had to do during my practical. This was what I was testing. So now you get to see anterior rotation. For the home exercise program, we could do exercises that help encourage these motions of anterior rotation and manipulation. So we could do hip extensions. Hip extensions, that's the only thing I'm going to remember. And while posterior, we could do like knee to chest. These sort of things that are going to help out. The pelvic binders and belts, again, are going to be very beneficial if they test positive in an active straight leg tape. Oh my gosh. If they test positive in an active straight leg raise test. But this is just to give them extra stability and support. This is really good apparently for someone who has a severe displacement. Alright. Ooh. Tell me everything you know about the ligamentous weakness of the lumbar spine. Brother, I can't tell you anything right now, so we're gonna read through this. I'm the worst, but it's fine. So, oh, but you know who's not the worst? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. It takes so much setup, unfortunately. sorry, it's for the bit. Yes, hi gamer, welcome. Made it just in time for a baby peas. Who is at such a weird angle right now that yeah, this is as good as we're getting. There you go. Itchy gamer! Yeah, peas! Gamer, welcome in as well. I can't believe baby peas is so good to the world. Just baby peas. Oh, my son, I hope you're doing super well. Gamer. My goodness. Sorry, I'm cramming for this silly exam that I have later tonight in 3 hours. So, let's continue to try our best. Yeah, go, buddy. Anyway. I hope you're too. Yeah, gamer. Look, I have baby peas. My finals are next week. Gamer, ask me next week. I'm gonna be ecstatic. Or after finals, I'm gonna be ecstatic. Right now, I'm on that grind. But I got baby peas, so he's so cute. I love him. I love you. Yeah. Sorry that Cups can only see your legs. Sorry, I don't know how to position the webcam any other way that wouldn't dox me. I mean, all you need are the beans anyway. But she's so cozy! Sorry, I'm distracting myself now. So cozy. Nacha Gamer, welcome. Look at her. So beautiful. We're done. The little dockie's still there, brother. She uses it to sleep. Actually, where is it? I'm also still trying to advertise, and plus she activates her neurons when she uses it. There you go. There you go. Shameless promoting. Oh goodness. Baby, she is. She is my baby. Sorry. Hi, Ansha. Hi, gamer. Welcome on in. And my son, of course. Hold on. Now that I remember I have the power to shut up. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely no hecking worries. But yeah, I hope. Ooh, you want to buy the Tipanya so badly, but in keychain form so your cat can also play with it. Ooh. Anyway, so cramming for a little oral exam, so I apologize. 3 hours. All right. So the next thing we're going to talk about is tell me everything you need to know about the ligamentous weakness of the lumbar spine. So this can happen for a variety of reasons. It can happen due to repeated minor strains, obesity, poor postural habits, poor body mechanics, and prolonged exposure to vibration. Like, you know, if you're a truck driver and what, you know? Oh, I was doing a study session stream last night too, and I did not get anything done. I'm sorry, gamer. Sometimes it do be like that. You know? I'm so sorry, gamer. But I hope maybe tomorrow or today will be an even better day for you, you know? Sometimes it's not the right mindset. I won't what do you call it, blame you. Even earlier this week for me, I was like, I don't want to do anything. So I didn't. No, I'm just kidding. I did do a few things, but my focus wasn't really quite there. But do what you need to do to kind of decompress and relax, and you just give it a nice give a go. Sorry. How do you say it? Just a next attempt later. A better attempt. But don't punish yourself too much to be like, oh, I didn't do something. I'm like, no, there's always time. Don't worry. But yeah, patients complaining of pain on assumed positions. Okay. So patients have pain when they are in a certain position, and basically the pain's relieved with a changing of positions. They frequently crack their back in order to get relief, however that relief is short-lived. And this is again in relationship to people who have ligamentous weakness of the lumbar spine. Ligaments such as the supraspinatus, and the sacroiliac ligaments are sensitive to the touch, and they cause a ligamentous low backache. In the early stages, management of stabilization exercise and postural back training is pretty vital, you know? The later stages to help with ligamentous weakness in the lower spine is maybe rest-controlled activity, corset or bracing, and maybe even taping, because this kind of feedback is going to allow them to be aware about how much they lose their lumbar neutral. Like braces, I'm all in support for braces, but the issue is just you can't wear the braces for too long, in my opinion. The muscles will waste away if you're not actively using it, you know? So again, the brace is more as like a little tool that's temporary and for a short term to be like, yeah, I'm hunching over. Oh, I can feel the brace trying to pull me back. Oh no, and then you do that for a little bit and then you wean yourself off it, you know? But yeah, let's see. Patients should be instructed in first aid. If they're ever told they have a sharp pain in their back, oh, they should always slightly backward bend or be in a lordotic position. I see. What happens with the ligamentous weakness, you might end up with a herniated disc. And we talked about that earlier about first aid of what we're supposed to do. So basically just try to encourage that backward bending and maybe a brace to keep them in that position, you know? So let's actually read through the PowerPoint just one more time. So ligamentous weakness for the low back can be caused by repeated minor stress or strains, obesity, poor postural habits, prolonged exposure to vibrations, Signs and symptoms: there's a ligamentous weakness if there's pain on assumed fixed position, pain is relieved by cracking, or the ligaments are sensitive to touch. Early stages are exercise, later stages might be more verbal feedback. Or not verbal, tactile feedback. Alright. So this one I can actually answer without looking at this, so I'm really happy about that. But what do you call it? Why are there more disc injuries or herniations in the lumbar spine rather than the cervical spine? So they have it highlighted right here, but I'll try to look away. I'm looking at my eyes are closed. So the cervical spine actually dries up at the age of 30. And what that means is that, remember we were talking about the disc herniation and how it craves water and the nutrients in your body? Yeah, basically that area kind of dries up once you're 30. So it's less likely to herniate because there's really nothing to go to. It's very structurally sound. The unicate processes, or the blah 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 vlushka, help support it. There's a posterior longitudinal ligament that's wider there, and the body weight, you have to understand that, yeah, your head is pretty heavy, but not as heavy as compared to, I don't know, the entirety of your body weight. And I feel like I'm missing another reason, but I think that's it, right? Oh, I think maybe I got it. Okay, so it dehydrates and dries after 30 years of life. The unicate process, or the structure, the weight bearing of the actual weight that the head has to carry in comparison to the whole body to the back. Posterior longitudinal ligament wider, less weight, head, body, and the position. Oh yeah, the position of the nucleus pulposus. So remember, a jelly-filled donut, the jelly is located a little bit more anteriorly than it is posterior. So even if there was a herniation to occur, it might get pushed back a little bit back, but not enough to like penetrate through the annulus fibrosus and start, actually herniating. So, why do we have so many herniations in the low back then? I wish this was written. Oh, see, there you go. I'm like, I wish this was written in this way, not that way. But here's literally the PowerPoint presentation. So so your back actually dehydrates and dries out at the age of 50 to 60 years old. And understand that you have a very hypermobile back on a very not as mobile sacrum or hip area. Have you felt your sacrum move? No. Not that it doesn't move, but like when you compare it to your back and the rest of your spine, your hips and sacrum doesn't move at all. This is really not protected from herniations because of the posterior longitudinal ligament being narrow in the lumbar spine. So the ligament is basically like a little wall. Temporary wall, a temporary covering to be like, hey, Alameo, I got your back. But unfortunately, because of how it's designed in the back, it's really good when it's higher up in the spine, but when it gets lower, it becomes narrower, and so it doesn't have that support to kind of push back that herniation if there was even one. The weight of the body versus the weight of the head is one, and the position of the nucleus pulposus is actually more posterior. So, yay! It's going to be more prone to herniations because of that. So, now we're going to get back into some cervical spine stuff, okay? It's got you to stop shrimping. I'm glad, gamer. Let me put this in a list format because my brain cannot, or not list, bullet point list. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna remember this. This is so crazy. So, what are the 9 Ds and 3 Ns of subcranial instability? So, remember when I told you about, again, the sneezing and the person dropping dead because they got into a motor vehicle accident and blah 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 blah? Well, here's some signs and symptoms that someone, and hopefully not you, has subcranial instability. They're gonna show up with these 9 Ds and 3 Ns. I was gonna say 9s. I'm like, what? My brain is like auto-completing. So the 3 Ds are the 9 Ds are gonna be dizziness, distal paresthesia, So like tingling. Baby Peace is selling it. Baby Peace is selling the Daki. It's working, Cubs. Is it not working? SCW, thank you so much for the self-care checks. Thank you. Here, give me one moment. Let me go through these 9 Ds and I got you, okay? So we have dizziness, dystoparesthesia. We have dysphagia, which is difficult swallowing. We have dysarthria, which is difficulty articulating words. I might have some cranial instability. No, I'm just kidding. Dilation of the pupils, disorientation, diplopia, which is like what do you call it? Oh my gosh, like double vision. There's drop attacks where someone faints but they don't lose consciousness, and distress. You have a certain urge? Bye, 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 bye. Look at it. Look at it. Look at Peas. Look at it. Not it as in Peas. Look at the Daki. The Daki is it. Peas is my baby. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Anyway. Part of me's like, I'm gonna take a picture. And I'll be like, this could be you. Hold on. It would be so low quality. Alright. Then I'll put it in the thing. I'll be like, this could be you. Alright. So how am I gonna remember this? Ugh. Let me sip some water. Thank you, FTW again. Alright. Thank you. Hydrate and my posture. Okay, I got you. And a little stretch too? Why not? And an inhalation of air. Alright. Sorry, Cups. My eyes are closed. Here's the 9. Dysphagia, dysarthria, dizziness, distress, drop attacks, dilation of pupils. 3. The dystoparesthesia. Okay, I'm missing 2 now. Oh, the double vision, the diplopia, and 1 more. Remember. Let me open my eyes. Did I not mention dizziness? Damn, is that the one I missed? It was either dizziness or disorientation that I missed. I definitely did not go in order. Dysphagia, dysarthria, diplopia. Okay. So then the 3 9s. Nah, 3 ends! It's gonna be nystagmus, which is hold on. Yeah, okay. So nystagmus is going to be repetitive movements of your eyes. Like this. Your eyes just move like that willingly. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? It's like so weird actually. Anyway, nystagmus, numbness of the face, and nausea. Nystagmus, numbness, nausea. Nystagmus, numbness, nausea. Nystagmus, numbness, nausea. The 3 ends, hopefully in order. Dizziness, disorientation, dysarthria, dysphagia. Did I already say dilation of pupils? I'm pretty sure I did. Disorientation, diplopia, drop attacks. I feel like I'm doing worse. Trying to do it in order. Ooh, this sucks. This sucks. Disorientation, dizziness, drop attacks, distress. Distress and distal paresthesia. Oh goodness gracious, we'll get back to it later. Anyway, tell me everything you know about whiplash. Oh brother. Oh goodness. They wrote a chunk. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm going to mine really quick and I'm just gonna throw it in there.
as soon as I find it, though.
But apparently the most common type of injury post MVA, motor vehicle accident. 42 will transition from acute to chronic pain status, and basically in the US it costs basically $29 billion a year to treat it in total. So what the heck is whiplash? A neck injury that occurs when a head suddenly moves backward and then forward. What are some signs and symptoms? We're gonna have muscle guarding, vague visual, hearing, and swallowing issues, generalized non-specific pain, fatigue, dizziness, decreased proprioception, reduced cervical position sense, so proprioception, decreased control of head and eye movement, and unsteadiness. So let me see if I had to pick 3. Decreased head and eye coordination, generalized pain, dizziness, muscle guarding. Probably a big one I should mention. Okay, so the treatment when they're mobilized, so they have like a collar or something like that, we're going to maybe do some TENS. We could do oh my goodness, inhibitive distraction without traction, and no exercise. And we could mobilize the area around it, but not actually it. But after immobilization, we could do early muscle strength training. We could do coordination and endurance. We could do some manual therapy, and then balance and coordination exercises. So yeah, I read a lot. So let's get 3 and 3 of each. So whiplash is just a sudden flexion and extension injury. Signs and symptoms are muscle guarding, fatigue, dizziness, poor cervical proprioception, and poor head-eye coordination. Treatment depends if it's mobilized or immobilized. Immobilized, it's going to be no exercise, TENS unit, distraction, and can manipulate the thoracic spine if applicable. When you're not immobilized, you could do gentle exercises. We could do the head-eye coordination exercises, and we can... Oh, there's a third one. I can't remember. What can we do? Exercise. We could do manipulation, but I feel like that's the same, right? Is it not? Oh, sorry. Manual therapy. Manual therapy! Okay. I'm not looking at the hyperfractures. That's too much. But I should look at it. Injuries to soft tissue such as ligament, muscles, nerves, are in the brainstem won't show up on X-ray, and MRIs are rarely done. You can have different fractures: type 1 fracture, type 2, type 3. You're gonna have a hangman's fracture. I mean, that's crazy. We talked about hangman's fracture a billion years ago, but this is the idea that if someone were to, let's say, hang themselves from a noose, and that idea is supposed to kill you because it pushes the dens, which is the structure. Sorry, I didn't mean to hesitate. I got a message from my group project. Take the first few slides. I have to look at my group project. I forgot we're recording today. Sorry, I'm gonna stop complaining on stream. I'm just like, everyone's like, how are we dividing it up? They're so funny. They're hilarious. Anyway, not the point. Let's see. Use of backboards or cervical collars. Oh yeah, we talked about the halo. This was the picture I was like, oh, this is a little... Ooh. Presentations of it, muscle guarding. Okay, we talked about that. Evaluations findings, we could say muscle tightness, limited joint mobility, tenderness, and just guarded movement. Explain Oh, goodness gracious. This is new to me. I didn't think this was here. Explain Paris's WAD treatment protocol. So WAD is whiplash associated disorder. Apparently it's very conservative. Let's see. How's it conservative? Allow for healing before aggressively restoring range of motion. Okay. If we're too aggressive early on, it will end up with chronic instability, and pretty much what's going to happen is that it's an acceleration and deceleration. I'm not memorizing this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's basically it's basically the treatments that we talked about earlier. So I'm not like, oh, what was me? We have to know the stages of tendon ligament repair. What is the Quebec Task Force? What is it? I definitely did not. I might have not listened to all the lectures apparently. Alright, explain the stages of tendon and ligament repair. Police? Where? Alright, cellular stage. I'm not doing that. She can ask that. I'll take the F on that. There's 4 questions. No way she's asking the stages of healing for this. And if she does, I'll come back and be like, Cups, you would not believe it. She was listening to stream. She had to be. Because she asked me the stages of tendon and ligament repair. If I have to humor it. Cellular stage, fibroplasia, consolidation, where it organizes and matures. Okay, got it. Task force. For whiplash patients. What is this? I didn't see this in the whiplash. Whatever. Okay, anyway. In grade 0, the patients have no complaints of neck pain or physical signs. In grade 1, patients have complaints of neck pain or stiffness or tenderness but no physical signs. Grade 2, complaints and physical signs. Most patients fall in the grade 2 because of decreased range of motion and point tenderness. No anything. No physical signs. Complaints and physical signs. Neurological signs. Fracture. Okay, so it just gets worse. Got it. Recommends following maintenance of normal activities, early interventions to avoid poor posture, exercise. Oh, this is... Okay. If she asks, I'll say, hey, this is different than the Paris method. They're a little bit more aggressive, and they don't even recommend wearing a collar. They're like, if it helps, great. If it doesn't, don't do it. Decreases real... Okay. Buy the keychain ducky, buy the keychain ducky, buy the keychain ducky. Buy the keychain ducky, buy the keychain ducky, buy the keychain ducky. Alright, let me put this back. I wolf. Anyway, invest. If baby peas looks comfy, you can be too. Alright. I feel like this is a new... This could be you photo. Hold on. Maybe it could be. Hold on. Alright. Sorry, now I have 2 photos in case. Alright, what's the treatment approach? Prevent atrophy. Manual therapy. Okay, these are all just now reciting everything else, so I'm not that focused on it. Okay, what I am focused on, clinical practice guidelines. Oh, I didn't even answer my poor classmate. Hold on. How likely is it that we're getting a CPR question? My classmate was asking how likely it is to get this one question, and I'm like, oh, it's pretty likely, because one of my classmates who was there during the final review had asked a question on it. But hold on. But I would just focus on syndromes. Oh, sorry, but me personally focusing on syndromes. And crossing my hands, fingers. Sorry, I'm like, pick a body part, pick a body part. Hi, Urfish, hi. Dress manipulation? Brother, I'm gonna crack your back. Anyway. Oh, did he just write all of this? Oh, brother. Oh, brother, I don't think I'm mentally prepared to go through all this. Alright, let's get through the first half. And then we'll live our best life and we'll take another baby break, okay? So for low back pain, again, we have manual guidelines, and basically it's saying about manipulation or manual therapy. We could do it thrust or non-thrust, and basically understanding that both of these, manipulation and manual thrust, were given an A rating. The rating scale goes by your basic like school ratings, like A, B, C, D, F. A is being the highest one. Just make sure that the low back pain is from skeletal origins. I don't know. I feel like hold on. Maybe I shouldn't. I shouldn't knock it. I was like, oh, I think I wrote something and this and that. No, I'm not gonna knock it. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so guidelines. So A grade is basically to perform exercises with specific directional preferences, and also working on endurance and strength training, as well as maybe doing again that manipulation or manual therapy. Grade B is education. So B, education, not everything. You can again lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink. It's important to educate them about what they have and what they can do and the power that they have to try to minimize their symptoms as best as they can. But according to research, this is B grade, and basically just giving them the freedom to move and to remove their ability to how do you call it? My brain stopped. I'm gonna just read it. Freedom to move and taking away the fear of motion. Good. There's stuff you could do in early stages, so basically reduce swelling and spasms. You can work within their 50% of 1 rep max, and just inner to mid-range motions. I don't know what's the best way to sum up between early acute and late acute. Drawing me back to like a course from like 5 semesters ago, so I'm like, oh, I should have known that by now, but I'm like, oh, it's all becoming familiar. APTA was originally formed in 19... Yeah, it's a fun fact. It's fun to be like, this field was created by women. It's a very fun fact, you know? You know, there was a post going around about the career, and they're like, hey, you know, I don't know. The field in itself is more female. Hold on. No! Sorry. Anyway, so I'm getting distracted. Cubs, give me 1 moment. Let me politely BRB because the what do you call it? Ad manager tells me I have 6 minutes. That's fine. I'll take a little baby early break because we'll come back strong because it's already 4 o'clock. So I cry every single day of my life. It's fine. We're gonna bum rush through this. And where are we right now? Let's see. We're at 80 out of 174. Alright, we're gonna continue to speedrun it, okay? Okay. I'll politely BRB, okay? Ta-da! I'm sorry about the 3-minute ads. I'll play while I BRB, but making sure that anyone doesn't get interrupted while, with ads while I'm actually like going through lecture stuff. So, ta-da! I will see you cubs in just a few moments, okay? Okay. Goodbye! 1 moment.
I'm sorry. We didn't get to buy a baby piece, but it's okay. Life is fine. You know why? You should come back. Anyway, let me politely get us back going to where we are. And we have to politely, let's politely,
Make sure we're set. Okay, perfect. We're good. Life is great. Let's get to it. So, before we bear a bead, pretty much we were talking about low back pain guidelines and whatnot. And now we're talking the difference between early acute phases and then we're going to chronic phase. So acute is sometimes, not sometimes, it's considered within 2 weeks, while chronic is considered more than 4, so over a month, and you're still having the pain. It's kind of like, well, what can we do, you know? So our goal right now for early acute is to reduce swelling, while our late stages is to kind of help with coordination and endurance with different 1 rep max. I don't think she's gonna ask for the specific, but we'll see. You can even have another stage. Let's see, hold on. No, this is all grouped together. Okay, so anything past late subacute, which could be settled or chronic or whatever, we're working on coordination and endurance. We're working on strengthening, and yeah, that looks to be it. And maybe we're even looking at power. Power is a really interesting concept. So basically, this is really more for athletes, but it's the idea of like it's just so intense that you can only do this many reps because this is high weight, very low rep. To get the specific numbers, it's again the 1 rep max, which is varied from person to person. Let's see. Treatments for low back pain, we could do manual therapy, we can do exercise, education of course is very important. We could do physical agents such as hot packs, cool packs, electrical stimulation through a TENS unit. Let's see. We could do non-thrust manipulations or thrust manipulations as necessary. It depends if there is a hypermobility or hypomobility present in the back. We could do taping as like a physical treatment. There's a lot of ways we can actually treat low back pain. Let's see. See, sorry, they're just listing exercises now. Sorry, now we're just kind of skimming through it. You could do an active knee to chest. You can do an active hip raise, so basically like a laying down march. I could do an active straight leg raise as well. That can help decrease the hamstring tightness, and maybe do a little bit of, you know, nerve gliding. Teehee, haha, haha, ho. For the sciatic nerve, maybe if you're having some radiating back pain problems. And these are just different exercises that they're going. I'm not gonna, I know part of me is like, Cubs, this is what the Cubs are for. They want to see the low back pain stuff and they want to see how to fix it. Well, gamers will learn how to fix it later. Alright, so now that we briefly went over low back pain, we can have the same clinical practice guidelines, but we can actually have this instead for the neck pain. So that we could talk about outcome measures such as the Neck Disability Index, Neck bore mouth questionnaire, neck pain and disability scale, oh my goodness, and pain catastrophizing scale. That's not how you say that word, but please understand. All these outcome measures are basically surveys to get the most objective information about someone's pain. Because someone could say it hurts, and I'm like, great, explain. You know what I mean? You can, for clinical practice guidelines, there's a variety of things that really do overlap with the lumbar spine. You can do manipulations, but I wouldn't recommend it to do it on the neck itself. You could do it on the thoracic, because if you do it on the thoracic spine, it will be indirectly helping maybe some of the stiffness in the neck pain. It's just really weird how our body is connected like that. But you can only do it, apparently, if the symptoms are less than 30 days. There's no distal symptoms to the shoulders. The manipulation doesn't aggravate the symptoms. They're one of their outcome measures. I don't actually know what this one is. What is it? It's a long name. Hold on. Oh, wait. Fear avoidance beliefs questionnaire. Okay. Less than a 12, because don't get me wrong, I'm sure everyone's like, cracking backs are well, some people are scared of that, so it's really important to, you know, objectively measure. Do some outcome measures to make sure that this is also appropriate, that they're in the right mind. They have diminished upper thoracic kyphosis. There's more of a flat back, so maybe they're a little bit hypermobile just because they're structures, so doing a little bit of that. And if they do it like a little shaft animation head tilt and it's actually less than 30 degrees, they're a really good candidate for thoracic spine manipulation. Neck pain can be classified in different ways similar to low back pain, which we didn't really go into detail, I'm so sorry, but low back pain, you can have low back pain with radiating symptoms, movement coordination disorder, and there's like 2 more off the top of my head, so I apologize. Neck pain can be diagnosed very similar. It could be diagnosed without symptoms, and it could be diagnosed with motion limitations in the cervical and upper thoracic. It could be classified with, you know, accompanied by headaches, or referred or radiating pain that goes, you know, down the shoulder to the arm. Strong recommendation interventions is basically strong support or really good evidence for thrust manipulations. Proprioceptive training, really good again for those patients who had whiplash that we were talking about earlier. Strengthening, endurance, and education. Nerve mobilizations are pretty okay. This is probably a little bit more beneficial. And traction. Again, this is pulling away, maybe like cervical traction, pulling the neck away and opening that space. They're all really good medium evidence, especially as the patient is having some kind of neurological symptoms. Again, that tingling that's going down their arm. What's really weak, however, is the thoracic thrust. I know we're like, oh, but we're just saying how good it was. Yeah, I mean, it's good if they have the following listed above, but in general, it's apparently a very weak treatment. Not to say it's bad, it's just the evidence may or may not be there yet. But this is something maybe you want to consider if you're like, wow, they're really just not getting it, you know? Let's see. Oh, are they having all of it? Oh, gamer. I don't think I'll be able to read this quite yet. I mean, we can humor it. Nice. Anyway, so cervical spine clinical instability, so maybe someone with movement coordination impairment similar to whiplash. Common symptoms we've already talked about, but the expected findings? Yeah, actually no. No, we don't have time for that. Clinical practice guidelines about the low back. Is this not a copy and paste? Did you not copy and paste? Huh. Okay, never mind. That's something we'll hold on. What? So I don't. Sorry, these are not my whole notes. Did I not sneak in something here about it? Hold on. Sorry, these are the set disorders. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Aha, hee hee, ho ho. Okay, I'll look at it later. That was weird. I'm tired of sneezing this stream. 2 is too many. Alright. So we'll move on to the next concept. We'll find the clinical practice guidelines and whatnot for the low back in just a moment. I mean, we only have like 2 more hours, yeah? Anyway, so let's explain the gradient of spondylolisthesis. Spondylolisthesis is basically, and I don't mean to scare anyone, but it's basically the spine slipping. This can lead to a wide variety of symptoms, as one can imagine, but there's different grades. You have grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. So basically this is normal. Grade 1 is 1/5 the distance, grade 2 2/5, grade 3 3/5, and grade 4 is 4/5. Like, look how much off that is. Isn't that horrifying? And imagine your spinal cord is in here, so imagine your spinal cord being stretched and whatnot. So what's happening is that grades 1 and 2 right here are pretty manageable. They look awful, but they're pretty manageable. You can still have a relatively conservative treatment. Once you get to grade 3 or grade 4, what happens is that the quadrata equina, because your spinal cord ends at L2, L3, and then the rest is the quadrata equina, like the little tail end, those are going to get stretched. And what happens is that because of the location of where it is on the spine, you end up getting neurological signs and possibly lose control of your bladder. That's like a huge thing, or like huge thing about losing control of your bladder, or maybe you don't feel your pelvic area. Like, I know this sounds maybe like embarrassing, but it's the idea of like, hey, do you have it? You have to ask patients if you suspect something like this. You have to ask patients, hey, when you like wipe your butt, do you experience any change in symptoms? Do you feel like you're not able to feel it anymore? Like there's no sensation there? And if they say yeah, red flags and alarms should be going off in your head. Like, hey, I think this person has some kind of spinal cord injury that's affecting like the S2 level, the sacrum level, and it's not looking good, chief. Yeah. Let's see. Interesting. Our next question, past that, sorry, it's kind of like a random bag. There's not really an order of let's talk back, let's talk neck, let's talk this. But yeah, let's talk about stabilizers that are involved in lumbar stability. So you have 3 different types of stabilizers. You have the static stabilizers, which are, you know, cartilage, ligaments, and facet joints. They're pretty static. They don't really move. They're just there to do what they need to do. Dynamic stabilizers are going to be your muscles and your tendons. And your neurostabilizers is just going to be your peripheral and central nervous system. So everything is very generalized when it comes to the stabilizers. If you have ligamentum laxity or that weakness that we were talking about earlier, you may have poor posture or poor positions or prolonged positions because of ligamentous laxity, because you lost that static stability. So it's just another thing to reconsider. Some of your dynamic stabilizers can vary, but we have, again, our primary one being the multifidus. You can also have your abdominals helping as your deep dynamic stabilizers for your back. Okay. Let me... Hold on. Would you really want us to tell us about that? Hold on. Let me politely... I'm gonna dig through my notes really quick, okay? Because I just had it. Yeah, it's literally right here. Okay, perfect. Alright, so tell about the different SI, sacroiliac joints. So I even have pictures. That's how cool I am. But we have deep postural, or deep posterior, or dorsal ligaments that are basically going to help bind the pelvis together on weight bearing. They're extremely strong, and in lecture they noted it as like Velcro ligaments. If you were to separate it on a cadaver, it would just sound like Velcro ripping. I'm like, that's horrifying, but okay. But yeah, short dorsal, very strong. You know who else is strong? Baby peas. Hi, baby. So if we have short dorsal, we have long dorsal, and this is gonna help limit anterior rotation. Baby peas is so strong. He is the strongest little warrior. I can't get her to look up. I did it. Ta-dang. Love you, baby peas. Baby peas, I don't want you to sin anymore. Please help me. Please help. I just want the exam to be over. Please help me, baby, please. Help! Ah! Just chilling. He's so comfy. I want to be this comfy. I want to take a nap. This is where I am right now. He's so strong. He's napping for me. Baby peas, you're so cute. I love you. No, she's even more comfier. Ah! I appreciate the help, peas. Thank you, peas.
Thank you for being as comfy as you are. Baby, why are you breathing so hard? It's okay, baby. Wah. I just want to be a piece of theater. No more notes. No more secret iliac joints. Just meow 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 meow. Oh, she's so cute. Alright, sorry, baby piece. I might. Hold on. What? Oh, kind of. I don't know how I keep getting angles worse and worse, but it's okay. Buy now! Buy now! Buy now! Buy the ducky keychain! She's using it! I have to stop. Okay. Anyway, you can enjoy Pete's big head. Okay, so long dorsal, limited anterior rotation, sacro, tuberous is primary stabilizers. If you really ask me about the ligaments, I'm also taking the L. I'm no longer. Buy now, let's go! I would buy now, but the store isn't open. I know, I'm sorry. I would open it right now. I would open it if there wasn't a poll, like, I don't know, less than a month ago saying, yeah, sugar bears shouldn't get access to it. I'm like, what? Subscribers can't what? That's crazy. Ay. Sorry, now I'm just scrolling to see if there's something that I really am like, hey, I really don't know this. Oh, actually, I don't know this. Alright. Excuse me. Taking the ligament? Please don't. I need that. I need it. I need it. I need it. Sorry, I looked over into my group chat and they're like, sorry, I'm definitely starting to freak out. I feel like there's a lot to know. And we're 4 questions. They can pick my 4 weakness. I'm not bringing that to existence. I hope they ask me my 4 strongest questions. Anyway, it's fine. It truly is whatever. Anyway, so talk about the coccyx anatomy and examination. So the coccyx, or your tailbone, basically. I'm just gonna read the causes because I knew it was from a fall, but then I'm reading the examination and I'm not sure how to examine it, so I'm like, oh yeah, no, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Please have a good one and eat something super duper yummy, please, and thank you. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so the cause of the tailbone dysfunction can occur because of direct trauma from a fall, maybe a fracture during childbirth, or direct trauma. Sorry, this is like maybe slightly off topic, but I don't know if you guys have also like seen the shorts of where someone is giving like a list to not have like a kid, and they're like listing all the things, and it's like, yeah, this is gonna be added into one of them. Can break tailbone. But yeah, fracture can be through childbirth or direct trauma, and the indirect stress is going to be hypermobile sacroiliac versus sacrotuberal ligament. This pressure. Interesting. Okay. So from a sprain, a fall, a fracture, a hypermobile that's pulling at a ligament that's pulling at the tailbone, I guess, and this pressure. This would all cause tailbone dysfunction. What's really interesting is that you basically ask about their history. So you ask if there's any trauma, and if so, what happened? How did you land? What did the area look like afterwards? Was there immediate bruising? Was it or swelling, etc.? How is sitting? How is standing? How's going up and down the stairs? For defecation, it needs to be addressed because the sacrum needs to be able to extend backwards and swing backwards when someone poops. I didn't know that. Babies are so powerful. Something so small could do so much damage. I know, that's horrifying. I don't. Ugh. I'm gonna get $1 billion, Cubs, okay? I'm not gonna have a kid. I'm gonna pay someone to be like, here, have my kid for me. I feel like that might be a little messed up. But I think it's so scary. Anyway. Examination. Okay, we basically talked about that. Treatment. Okay, the pillow. I remember this. I don't know why I don't know the examination. I just know the treatment for it. But yeah, basically a little pillow. Avoid climbing stairs and avoid like sling chairs. Airline seats are often the worst because there's a pad underneath each. Oh, sling like the coccyx like hanging out. Okay, I got it. I thought they meant like the beach chairs or like swings. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll avoid that for sure. You see, look at it. Look at it. It's right here. The concept of surrogate mother is nothing new. No, it's not new, but I feel like that's for people who are like, I'm unable to have a kid. And I'm just like, hey, I don't. Welcome back from Chicken Tacos. You made it just in time for the guy to put the finger up the booty hole, and then they do the manipulation. It's so Oh, and here's a TMJ. Oh god, I forgot about this. Okay. Wiggle. So TMJ, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, I think, or maybe the day before. I could tell you what's innervated by. Trigeminal nerve. Okay, this is going really in detail. The ligaments only serve a very minor. Okay. Whoa, prostate hell! Yeah! Hell yeah! Right after me! Whoa! Don't worry, it's just bones. I'm not showing you cadavers or like anything else. It's okay. Is this like the whole... Okay. I'm not gonna learn about the arthrokinematics or anything like that, because I feel like that's not what she's gonna ask. I feel like she'll ask more like, what are TMJ's functions? So TMJ basically, Cubs, again, is the temporal mandibular joint. A lot of wacky dysfunctions that can occur due to micro traumas such as opening the mouth for dental procedures, intubations, blows to the face, and blows meaning like someone had sucker punched you, habitual gritting or grinding on the teeth, or muscle incoordination. Oh, you're a skeleton. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was a naked skeleton there. I apologize. But yeah. So this displacement is most commonly anterior in the TMJ, and there's two types. So there's this rearrangement with reduction and without reduction. I don't know what that means. Pain. Posterior stretchers have been stretched and hypermobile. I hope she does not ask me anything about TMJ. I'm speedrunning it at this point. Hypermobile, inflamed. Now this is just like, I'm sorry, Cubs, I can't even teach because now I'm just like, structural changes, forward head posture. How can you differently diagnose TMJ with other different type of headaches? Or what are the different type of headaches? We can treat secondary headaches. Headaches arising from TMJ or cervical spine. Headaches might be a big one actually. So, headaches, yay! So everyone gets headaches, but there's actually two types of headaches. There's primary headaches, which include migraines and tension-type headaches, and they're best treated with a neurologist or a head specialist. I am very grateful, knock on wood, that I don't think I've experienced the migraine in my forever 17 years of life, but I know there's some people who are like, I need to be in a dark room for 4 hours. I need to lay down on the floor in my bed. I need to rest. I need to put something over my eyes in a dark room. Have it cold. I'm like, oh goodness gracious. But yeah. I know we could treat tension type. Definitely not migraines, but yeah, definitely better treated with a neurologist or headache specialist. In a clinic, we may ask to treat them alongside these referrals. They may have cervical genic triggers to migraines
or they may be postural education given to patients with tension-type headaches that would help them. But the main source of their pain is outside a biomechanical cause, meaning we have to refer them. So we can help alongside that. Maybe it is postural, but at the end of the day, we don't really deal with migraines. Secondary headaches, however, are more beneficial because what happens is that these headaches can occur maybe because there's a reduced cervical range of motion, maybe there's a painful upper cervical segment during the manual examination, and there's a reduction in strength in the cervical and cranial flexor muscles. So strength, pain, and range of motion. It's like, oh, you have all these? Not so great, but we can fix that, you know? And apparently this is actually a cluster finding. So we talked about clusters earlier of like, hey, if you have at least X amount of characteristics, you're most likely to be having this sort of smiley emoji. So if you have all three, you're a prime candidate for having a secondary headache, and that PT can really help you out. Let's see. Patients with generalized orofacial pain needs to be examined specifically for any red flags. If a female has a sudden onset of burning or tingling around her jaw, but it's unrelated to jaw function, and has a history of cardiac issues, this is a possible red flag for myocardiac infarction. Yeah, okay. So Cubs, this is a little bit of a throwback, I suppose, with cardio lectures and whatnot. But, you know, a very common referred pain pattern, especially for males who have a heart attack, is that they have chest pain and then the pain is radiating down their right arm. Well, there's different referral patterns that anyone could follow, basically, but that pattern typically happens more in males than females. But a pattern for heart attacks that happen more in females than males is the one that this lecture is referring to. This one is referring to pain around the jaw. And again, if they have that, in addition to a history of cardiac issues, then, you know, they may be having a heart attack right in front of you, which is horrifying. But let's see. Here are some very common pain referral patterns for those who have TMJ, because with TMJ, you can have those headaches, and these are where the pains would be. Depends. Ooh. Explain mouth breathing. Brother, where is he getting these questions? I don't remember seeing these as oral questions. That's why I'm so like, oh. Anyway. So explain mouth breathing in regards to TMJ. So observing a patient's breathing pattern is very important. Chronic mouth breathing is associated with patients with TMJ dysfunction. Mouth breathing can begin as a simple nasal congestion, but can become a lifelong habit. This is important as this is going to affect the alignment of the cervical spine, and so it tells you how not to mouth breathe. Alright. Alright, I'm getting sleepy. Not sleepy, but the smile in her voice is gone. Sorry, it's not really meaning to do that. You could do special tests, manual loading, biting on a separator, treatment interventions, passive range of motion, modalities, stretching. Okay, so basically everything still follows the same like pattern. We could do soft tissue mobilization, neuromuscular facilitation, joint manipulation, biofeedback, therapeutic exercises, the rocabado, postural re-education. Maybe this is really important in someone who is a mouth breather, which sounds like an insult, but literally I was reading off the slides. Ergonomics, body mechanics, and just general education. Again, maybe this is resulting from some kind of structural what do you call it, inspection. Instructions for posture, because it could be happening, yeah, because of a structural assessment, and maybe you have forward head posture and that's, I don't know, creating too much tension. Also use a mouth guard. I've heard that as a very popular option as well. Stretching mobility. Oh, here's the rocabado. The 6x6 includes 6 component exercises that are repeated 6 times each and are performed 6 times per day. They are meant to target the cranial, cervical, and craniomandibular systems. I'm like, are you gonna tell me though?
Alright, so number 1 is rested position of the tongue. Control TMJ rotation on opening. Mandibular rhythmic stabilization. Interesting. Stabilize head flexion, lower cervical retraction, shoulder girdle retraction. Brother, I'm just gonna say robocado. Wait, no, it's not robo. It's rocabado. Rocabado. 6x6. There could be a cluster for cervical radiculopathy, and so this is again a characteristics that you see. Look at this. 3 out of 4, you have a 65%. While 4 out of 4 is probably 90% that you may have cervical radiculopathy. Cervical radiculopathy, again, this is going to be someone who is experiencing the radiating symptoms down their arm. So if their cervical rotation is less than 60 degrees, they have a positive special test of Sperling. Manual distraction is going to relieve the symptoms, and they have a positive upper extremity neural tension. If they have 3 of the 4 findings, again, 65% likely that they have this. They have all 4, 90% baby. Damage to the spinal cord is called myelopathy, and there's a cluster for that, and that's going to be basically following along the signs of anyone who has an upper motor neuron, what do you call it? Upper motor neuron lesions. So they have all these positive special tests. Maybe they have a gait deviation. They're more likely to be someone who's over the age of 45, and of course with these last 3 being upper motor neuron related, they're all going to have signs of being hyperreflexive. Oh brother, hold on, I was only on set 3. I'm about to scream. Wait, these look like they're repeating now. They are repeating, huh? Oh, we didn't really talk about this though. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let's sigh. Alright, let's talk briefly about disc herniations, okay? So we have something called the McNabb's classification. For the first half, we have disc protrusion, which is the bulging annulus. So it's something along these lines, you see? Type 1, type 2. These are not normal, but it's not quite herniated yet. There's only a protrusion. Like, think of it as more maybe like a little bump. And disc herniation is when the actual annulus, again, this is our jelly-filled donut, but the cover of it's actually torn. And we have 3 different types. We have type 1, which is your prolapse nucleus, type 2, which is the extruded, and type 3, which is that free body. We talked about free body earlier with, I think, mechanical block for a facet point, maybe? Yeah, these are the different types, and how to treat it kind of depends on what stage you are, what's the timing of this, etc, etc, and we would be using the Paris method. And again, it just depends on what stage you're on. Are they pre-prolapse? Is it the immediate injury where there is an actual tear? They have acute and subacute prolapse, subtle prolapse, and they also have chronic disc disease as well. I'm not gonna really go into details, smiley emoji, about it. I'm just gonna take the L. Oh, anyway. Look, oh hey, this is traction, by the way, Cup. You put someone on this machine, and the machine pulls their head up. It sounds kind of torturous, but it's... You know, actually, I don't think I've had it done. Have I? I don't remember. I know that I've set people up like this, so yay. Alright. Let's see. Alright, we talked about the different types of spondylolisthesis. And it's just a slippage of 1, 2, 3, 4. But we could briefly talk about it, I guess. So type 1 spondylolisthesis, it's again going to be that slippage. So it's a slippage of the vertebra on the one below it due to a fracture of the pars interarticularis.
So we can go really in depth to the structure. For time's sake, though, I would try to avoid it. I'm fatiguing fast. Cry sobs tears. But type 1 is a baby. It's only a tiny baby slippage. I think anywhere between they said 1/5. So about 20%, I suppose, slippage. Which, don't get me wrong, that's still a lot of slippage, baby. But that's okay, that's okay. Stage 1 is still really doable. So let's actually read through here really quick on the PowerPoint slide. And then we'll kind of move on to type 2, type 3, and just have like a very general idea. Or actually, do we want to read the PowerPoint? Let's see. We'll do a little bit of both, okay? So if you ask for pain assessment, they'll have like a dull ligamentous ache. For history, sometimes what happens with these slippages is that these are people who live a really active lifestyle, so go neats, right? No, I'm just kidding. No, but typically this fracture of the pars interarticularis, which causes the stage 1 spondylolisthesis, might be because maybe they have a history of weightlifting, gymnastics, or becoming a springboard diver, because the springboard divers do a heavy amount of lumbar extension. From a structural inspection, we should be seeing a step, and it's going to be a step that's higher than the level of the slippage. And a step is exactly how it sounds. It's basically a staircase, and that's the step, and that's what you're gonna feel in your spine. Your spine not necessarily should be smooth. You should be feeling the bony bumps, basically. You know, like little. I don't know how you say it. Like little bumps. I'm sure you cubs have felt someone's spine, or felt your own spine be like, oh, my back. But how do you say it? In this case, there's a step, so it's not like a smooth up down. It's a oh hey, what the, you know? And then you have to kind of like glide off it. Very interesting. But how we're gonna go ahead and treat this is that we're gonna stabilize. We can manipulate the joints above and below, and we could go ahead and stretch the psoas muscle, which is gonna be your hip muscles, and your hamstrings to help stabilize that area. Sorry, I'm making sure that I'm not missing anything. Stage 2. This is now a degenerative disorder consideration. This can happen for a variety of things, but again, it just degeneration or overload of what we stated above. This would be very similar with the step above and and there's also a very similar treatment to it as well, as you would imagine. Step 3, this is really interesting because step 3, which is like, what is it? 2, 4, 6, about 60% of the slippage of the spondylolisthesis. This is actually gonna occur due to childhood obesity. It's pretty interesting, but basically same techniques. We're gonna stabilize, we're gonna manipulate, and we're gonna weight control. Girl boss, keep something else. Now, you know, it's really interesting. With spondylolisthesis, we have stable versus unstable. This is really interesting because what's gonna happen is that, I wish I could show you guys a picture. Let's read through it and let me see if I can give like a more layman's explanation, okay? So for spondylolisthesis, for unstable, you'll know someone has an unstable spondylolisthesis because they have a dull ache, maybe some pain with the ligamentous area during towards the end of the day. This is the biggest thing. The step that we were palpating, because like I told you cubs, you must have felt someone's spine or your own spine before. This little step or stop that you had before while standing actually disappears online. And this is like the biggest key of how to determine whether the spondylolisthesis is stable versus if it's unstable. If it's stable, that step is not going to disappear whether you're laying on your belly or not. If you're standing laying down on the belly, it's always going to be there. Unstable, if you're on your belly, it goes away. And it's like, but why? Well, this is going to sound crazy, but oops, this is you.
this is you again, and you're just laying flat. You're so calm, cool, and collective, just like your favorite bear cat, right? And what happens is that your belly muscles, your abdominal muscles, actually push that step up. So if your spine is like this, and if your spine is like this, God, I hope it isn't, but this is the best I can do. That step that you had, it's going to be pushed up and it's going to kind of realign. And that's the unstable. I don't know why I'm writing this as I'm going to close out MS Paint in a little bit, but I guess I just wanted to show off my skills. Anyone coming in is going to be like, what the? So relatable. So relatable. The coolest Miss Bearcat. Dadang. Whatever. Dadang. Kids stay in school. Anyway, Dadang. So that's that. We talked about central stenosis. If we have to do a recall of this, I suppose. Chronic dual low back pain. Well, in the lateral foraminal stenosis, again, remember the stenosis is the narrowing and the closing of the holes. This is going to be more centralized, while the lateral as well. More lateral. They're going to complain of more lateral pain. Lateral signs and symptoms. Positive straight leg positive straight leg raise. With the positive straight leg raise, remember that's going to just bring their leg up in the air and they're going to be like, owie, owie. That's replicating my symptoms. And I'll be like, okay, gamer. Alright, let me keep going. I'm sorry, now again, these next 18 minutes I have with you before the pomodoro, now we're just speed running. A lot of these are just repetition. I'm kind of curious, but I see why my classmate must have done this. So what happened was, my professor was very adequate on doing this 13-step sequence, which I wonder if we'll be able to grab a photo of. Give me one moment, okay? La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm not getting the results I want. Hold on. Now I'm getting the gait cycle. What was me? I can't believe I'm not getting what I want on a Google search. I might have to dig through my actual notes. Would you believe that? Hold on one moment. I'm scrolling. Oh hey, Cubs. Look. It's when we were talking about spondylolisthesis. So we're talking about this pars interarticulus. What do you call it? Breaking bilaterally, so breaking both on the left and the right side, which is going to cause that forward slippage of the vertebra above slip onto the bottom. The reason why this picture is so unique and so haha funny. Oh, baby piece, you okay? But yeah, the reason why this is so haha funny is because they refer to this commonly as the Scotty dog. So if you really use your imagination here, it looks like a dog, right? Yeah, bark bark, bow bow. And I guess as a little reminder, I know we kept talking about spondylolisthesis, but there's also spondylitis. Spondylitis is actually when one side of the pars interarticular fractures, so only on one side. And the second side, it's actually both, so yay, slippage. While this one is like, oof. Let's get the 13-step process. I can't find it because I have 674 pages of notes. La 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 la. La 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 la. Huh? New mascot, Scotty Dog, a gamer. Let's hecking go. Let's hecking go. Alright. give me one moment. I'm not able to find it. What if I look up 13? I don't find it. Whatever. It's fine. Imagine someone backseating your study sessions. They can backseat all they want. They can backseat wherever, whoever. The funniest... I'm telling you, cuz the funniest thing is that, I won't understand. But hey, if someone who's also in my field, who's like, I've been in the field for 20 years, wants to start backseating me, hey. Alright, Cubs, so what I'm gonna do with the remaining amount of time is that I wish my classmate the absolute best of luck. Oh, one of my classmates just went. I forgot this. I'm like, I got so scared. She's like, what? I forgot they've been starting since 2 o'clock today. And when did she just go? Wednesday? Today's Wednesday, right? We said, oh, Wacky Wednesday. I don't see my classmate's name here. Oh, I see her. I see her now. Oh, that's so funny. She's so funny. She's like, guess who got Dr. So-and-so? Like, no offense. We have 2 professors. We have like a main one and we have an assistant. And the assistant, he's the guy who coughs in his hand and then touches my back, but that's not the point. The point is, he's very nice. I actually never had him as a grader until this recent weekend on the practical. He's the one who also gave me a 95. I gave myself the 95, okay? But I haven't seen like an A in a very long time. I've been very happy with, did I pass? Let's go! So I was very pleasantly surprised. But I had other classmates who I feel are better off than me. I think they're well acquainted with everything, and they ended up scoring a little bit lower than me. And I'm like, oh, it's because you had the main professor. But I have no gripes with the main professor whatsoever. I really like her. I think she's very sweet, but there is like a slightly intimidating aura because she's actually been teaching this course for like 18 years. So I feel like an absolute noob. I'm like, Google Gaga, I'm a baby. I know, I'm the student. I learned from you. But I'm just like, I don't want to disappoint you. But I actually don't know. Okay. So yeah, I think the best thing that we can do right now with our remaining time together for the next hour is that I'll briefly go over the list. Because again, my classmate, as I mentioned, bless his heart, thank you so much for the guide. If you're listening to this, I'm not pooping on you by any means. I just think you got excessive questions that I'm not mentally ready to squeeze into my brain the same day of this exam. I'm gonna go off the list that she gave off during the PowerPoint or the Blackboard whatever section, and we're just gonna, you know, do something. we're gonna try to answer it to the best of our abilities. Okay. This is way more in depth than what I ever got studied, so I'm just vibing. The only thing I remember from biology competition is she. Yeah, gamer, don't worry. The issue of why my notes are so in depth. These are not even my notes, by the way. But notes in general for our course are just so in depth is because a lot of it's just self-teaching. My classmate pretty much copies and pastes the transcript, which there's nothing wrong with. But as you see, there's like a big bulk of information where I'm like, hey, but if you don't bullet point this, I'm not gonna get it. But I understand why you don't bullet point it because it's the idea of. And he's even explained it to me. He's like, I'm afraid I'll miss something, and I'm like, okay, that's very fair. That's very fine. I understand. But let's go ahead and try to define these things. So define manipulation according to the APTA. Can we actually do it like this? Can you give me a moment? Jeans, listen, fun, steady, bliss. Oh my goodness! Don't. I'm not. Bonjour. Anyway, so let's define manipulation. So we have defined it as a skilled passive movement that impacts the joints and soft tissues. Manipulation is good. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. The whole class is based off manipulations. What's manipulations? Oi. tell. Okay. Varying speeds and amplitudes. That's what I have to say. That's what I have to say. That's all I have to say. I have all of it. Movements to the joints and soft tissues, varying speeds and amplitudes. All I need, baby. Highlight that in an awful yellow so it stays. Alright, list 5 biomechanical effects. Brother, I got you one. She's gonna hate me. Improve range of motion and mobility. By the way, when I say these things, I'm not serious. I hope you know that. Something about capsular adhesions. I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, I guess we should look at it. I mean, this information was maybe 4 hours ago. Ooh. Alright, let's... Restore mobility. Hold on. Capsular adhesions. Okay, it's entrapments. It's restricted connective tissue. And it's correction. Yeah, sure. Sure. I'm not gonna do that. What's first aid? Have them backward bend, continue to backward bend, and put them in a brace. Got it. What would someone with active range of motion look like? Guarded. How do you have the difference between lumbar stenosis and disc herniation? Well, with stenosis, now you have to decide, are we talking about central stenosis, or are we talking about a lateral femoral stenosis, or are we just talking about it general? Either way, stenosis is going to present differently from a disc herniation because I actually don't know. They both have the same symptoms. Well, okay. The music suddenly changed and spooked me. What is an easy go-to? Because I can go into like the details. What is a good way of summarizing it? Okay, so someone with stenosis can have pain, numbness, weakness that gets worse with standing and walking. Oh no, baby piece is tweeting. While someone with a disc herniation might experience sharp pain and possibly numbness or tingling that radiates down one leg, often triggered by a certain movement or position. So maybe stenosis might be better to say that maybe it doesn't get worse with activity, but it's the idea that the symptoms do get worse with standing or walking because of the closing, like if you're not in this like flex position, while disc herniations is the numbness or tingling down one leg and triggered by position. So maybe? Hey Kai, hi, welcome. Hello there. Huh? What are you studying? Why does it look kind of familiar? You know anything about the spine? Do you like the spine? Because I got you. I'm spinomatic right now. Well, welcome to the Cuff Club chat. Welcome. Oh my goodness. So that's how I'm gonna say it. I hope. What are the 4? Okay. Oh. Okay, so there's voluntary, involuntary, chemical, and adaptive shortening. Neuroanatomy. That's so funny. There's a oh my goodness. Caleb was doing a little bit of neuroanatomy earlier. Bless his heart. I can see there's some relation, yeah. Maybe herniations. Maybe, oh no, the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. Oh no. Yeah, I'm just studying anatomy because I have a little they call it like an oral exam, which is kind of funny, haha wording. But basically, my teacher's gonna look at me and I'm gonna look at her and we're gonna lock eyes and she's gonna ask me 4 questions and my grade depends on it. So that's what we've been cramming. You can't do those, oh brother, me either, but here I am. I was hoping that was gonna get pushed back for tomorrow, but you know, it's better to get it out of the way today, I guess. I'm the last one on that list, basically. I should be happy that I was put at 6:45 and not, I don't know, 2 p.m. today. There's some people who are living their best life in peace knowing that they're done with that. Oh my goodness, but it's fine. It's okay. How do I describe? And what time is it right now? Oh, I don't have my time up. It's 5 o'clock right now. So I have about an hour, but I'm almost done in the sense that I'm doing review. This is like a boring version of it, but I just copied and pasted the questions that we've been, you know, we've been reviewing, you know, all this. So I'm just doing the shortened version of it, basically, to be like, hey Cubs, remember how we've been speaking for like 5 hours straight? Yeah, me either. Hey Cubs, let's try to answer those questions. Just the spine? Just the spine, baby! It's fine, I don't mind. So, involuntary guarding was injury and disuse. Thank you, Luna, for the uptime. I'm gonna cry. And it was rest that was very important. Hypertonicity, I think, was it. Voluntary. No, okay, let me put it in an order that makes sense to me. Involuntary guarding. So chemical is the buildup, it's doughy heat. My memory is so good. I'm such a gamer. 30 minutes of that was yapping before the 4+ hours of yapping. I needed to get my casual personal yapping out of the way. I needed to make sure, hey Cubs, I'm so cool, right? Look, we can have topics that we can talk about. We can't talk about the spine. It's a one-sided conversation. But we talk about other like funny personal things to be like, haha, look at this cat. Oh, I love you. She just woke up. I love you. Oh, she's stretching? She's stretching? I love her. I'd be like, hey, look at this cat. You'd be like, oh yeah, I like cats. Ha 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 ha. You know? Oh no. Baby peas. Baby, no! No, she's leaving! She's leaving! No! Good morning, baby peas. Are you gonna... Aww! Baby peas, do you wanna lay here? No! Baby peas, come here! No! Okay, she's on the ground. Where was I? Oops. Okay. Miss Asha, hi, welcome! Oh my goodness. Such a baby. Move that cat spine, brother. She's so movable. What's voluntary guarding? Gamers, what's voluntary guarding? Gamer. Maybe it's something about the eccentric and I don't know, isometrics and guarded movement. So limited range of motion. And what's adaptive shortening? Parry God. I want to become Parry God. I'm gonna fight the oh my goodness. Sorry. My classmates are being silly. Anyway, sorry. We're gonna look this up in a little bit. But yeah, and Elden Ring, I think I might have to go fight the snake guy to get the parry stuff because I don't know if my unexperienced booty can fight that one guy that I'm stuck in right now. Or stuck in? Stuck on. You gotta do your own studying, gamer. Brother, I'm studying all week. I have finals next week, so you're more than welcome to join for next time, for sure. But you have to go. Absolutely no hecking worries. Ad manager screaming at me right now, which is perfectly fine. My classmate was just so funny because she's like, yeah, you know, I got the easier professor. All he said was cool to all my answers and response. And my other classmate's like, wow, I sure hope the main professor's like cool to all my answers. Pleading emoji. Yeah, me too. I hope she's also really cool. I mean, I had her for the last oral exam, so I'm not worried, but I'm still like, gosh darn it. Anyway, Cups, because it's 5 hours into the stream, a 3-minute ad is gonna play, so to avoid us missing anything, let's go politely BRB. Let's go ahead, stand up and stretch, eat something super yummy, and you know what? We only have 1 more hour, Cups, so let's do our absolute best, okay? Okay, lots of love to you, Cups. See you in about 3 minutes, yeah? Huh? You could probably grab places to go get the plants for your summon? Yes! I would love that! If that's a thing. But yeah, let me know, okay? Okay, I'll BRB. Wow, hello, Sai. I'm back. Wow. But we have 1 more hour and then we have to skedaddle, I guess. But hi, JP. Hi, Monte. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And welcome to anyone who also just came in while I BRB. Do I need a BRB more? Alright. So, and voluntary guarding isn't eccentric movement, it's fear of movement. It is guarded limited range of motion, and I don't remember what the answer was. Okay, you basically gave them the encouragement. That's where we were last off. So, welcome back, Cubs. We were talking about the altered muscle states, and we're talking about the different ones, and blah, 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 blah. And I keep hiccuping the stream. Okay. okay. If I get asked this, I might actually blink a little bit, which is very unfortunate, but I think I can work my way through. Anyway, how would you stretch a muscle that is? Did he have that here? Okay. This is something we haven't had the opportunity to discuss, so it's really good that we had the opportunity to go through the list. So describe how you would effectively stretch a muscle that is presenting with decreased length. Explain different methods of stretching such as static, contract, relax, etc. So various stretching techniques and durations have resulted in increased range of motion. There's a difference between 30 to 60 seconds. However, in older patients, 60-second stretches are more effective. Stretches lasting 300 They mean 300 or do they mean 30? Okay, no. 300 seconds in duration were more effective than 60 seconds. They recommended stretching slowly so not to stimulate the muscle spindles that cause reflective muscle contraction. Contract relax have been found to be effective, but not likely due to the stimulations of GTO, blah, 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 but it increases the tolerance stretching. Okay? Anything in particular? I don't know why they keep having these people in bikinis. 5-minute stretches? Yeah, that's what I'm like. What? What? Welcome, hi and hello! Hi, JB. This is not a drill. Grab your energy drinks and those focus devices. Tippa's putting on her teacher's scarf, and for the sake of absolutely acing these finals, they believe in Tippa. Thank you, JB. Thank you. I need the energy drink right now. I was falling. I was falling last semester. Falling. Where am I? Mentally, I'm in last semester. I was falling last would you even call it pomodoro? Before the break, I was like, all right, guys, the smile in my voice is gone. I just need to speak now. Oh my goodness. But thank you, gamer. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll continue to do our very best because that's all we can do. I think I want to go over facet dysfunctions. Go over the list really quick, and I might end a little bit earlier than 6. Why? Because we need to find someone to raid, and it'd be really awkward to find someone to raid and be like, hey guys, I gotta hit the stream and ad here really quick. So, synovitis. So we have facet dysfunctions. Remember, facets are gonna help us do the motions correctly in our spine and smoothly, but if there's a dysfunction, it could be one of these things. So we have synovitis or hemarthrosis, which can be caused from a strain. This could be due to trauma, overstretching, or an awkward catch of motion. Signs and symptoms is that someone has guarded movement, and really what's going to be important is rest. Oh, what did I put for the other one then? Was it involuntary? Oh, goodness gracious. Treat the impairment is the intervention. I'm gonna somehow confuse muscle altered states and facet bony dysfunctions. I'm gonna lose it. Alright. Involuntary, treat the cause. Synovitis, rest. Stiffness is a stage up from this. Limited range of motion, manipulate them. What's the next one? Painful entrapment. Awkward. Movement in eccentric range. Head goes away. No neurological signs. Isometrics. Mechanical block. We don't hecky know. Sudden onset. Traction. And chronic facet arthrosis. Poor posture, trauma, overuse. Decompress, posture, mobilize, and dress impairments. Okay, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now ask me that in 5 minutes and I don't know if I got you. Oh my goodness, hello gamer, bearcat, welcome. You made it just in time for cramming. And 5 hours of me speaking notes. I have my thing at 6:45 and it's 5 o'clock. It's 5:15. Panic. Alright, let's talk about... Hold on. Oh. Is it called a stiffness or restriction? Okay, I'm turning my eyes off, okay? Alright, so there's 5 facet dysfunctions. There's sprain, there's stiffness, there's painful entrapment,
there's mechanical block, and there's chronic arthrosis facet. The last one, which I'm not as familiar with, can happen due to poor posture, probably trauma. Everything happens from trauma. Everything stems from the trauma. Dull, aching pain. Educate, manipulate, girl boss, for treatment. For sure. Mechanical block is treated by traction. Painful entrapment is treated by isometrics. Stiffness is treated by manipulation. And strain is treated through rest. Okay, dull ache. Trauma? Mobilize, posture. Okay, mechanical block. This, okay. Traction. Got it. And we're so good. Gamer? Gamer, we raid. I see you raiding. Gamer Chia, how are you? Let me give you the formal shout out. I gotta get better at this. Hi, gamer. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name is. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the countdown in Nya, and it's very nice to meet ya. We're playing Pokeroo? I hope you had a super duper fun stream. Gamer, we're having the funnest stream ever. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I would like to hope we are. But we're just doing some studying right now, so I apologize. I promise I'm a gamer. I play games sometimes, like Elden Ring. What else do I play, Cubs? Oh, Metal Gear Solid 3! And those are my 2 active games right now, but I have finals next week, so I've just been cramming. I actually have an exam in about an hour, so I've just been cramming. But don't let me keep you if you have to go. If you're looking absolutely no hacking worries, you have to go. Absolutely no hacking worries. Just make sure to hydrate, eat something super duper yummy. Oh my goodness. Stand up and stretch, and make sure to hydrate, gamer, okay? I don't know how long you're streaming. Make sure to take care of yourself, okay? Okay. Anyway, let me get quick. Let me see my host. Oh, Shadow and Executioner, by the way. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. Gamers. Hi, Chia. I really do hope you're well. I can't believe it. Mutual waiting. How cute. Now we're even. The contract is sealed. No, everything's a joke. Warlord, hi. Wow, big brain stuff? Oh no, I wish. But we're learning all about the spine. I had to go through a billion notes. Cover your eyes, Cubs, cover your eyes. But we went through a good chunk of them. So right now we're going through the boring stuff where I'm like, all right, Cubs, this is not as cute or colorful. We're just gonna talk about a concept and we're gonna cross it off the list because gamer, I don't know how much I can do in an hour, but Tia says, oh my goodness, your finals were around the corner. I just had mine. Yeah, my semester is not organized in the funnest of ways, I guess. My semester is kind of wonky, but yeah, I have 3 finals next week. So I'm not, and they start Tuesday, so I'm not looking forward to it, but that's why this whole week I've been like, hey Cubs, I hope you understand, I cannot game. If I game, it's like some weird guilt to my productivity, you know? It's like, oh, I'm not studying, so I'm gonna fail. And now that my school has implemented this system where if you don't get C's or higher on your exam, even if you have an A in the class, you will fail the course. So for whatever reason, if I decide, hey, I think it'd be really funny to get a D on an exam right now, I would fail the course even though I may have like an A. It's weird, it's crazy, it's bizarre, it's oddly stressful. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that if you do get a D on an exam, I don't think you should pass, but to have that as like your cumulative of all your exams averaging that, a little stressful when sometimes your courses only have 1 exam, you know? Warlord says I don't remember how I got my master's degree. Brother, that's me right now with my doctorates. I'm gonna look back in the future, I'm gonna be like, huh? Revenge! So revenge! Understandable, I literally took the whole week off. You're such a gamer. I really hope, I know this is past it. I hope your finals went well. I hope you're living the most carefree life possible. I hope you are relaxed and chill and all that other stuff. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure, but it's okay. We make do with what we have. And honestly, guess what? After next week, I'm gonna be the chillest bearcat. It's gonna be so fine, so great, so whatever. But fellow student struggle. Ooh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's a really weird thing. I don't know. And the worst part is that they implemented it like mid-program. Not like, hey, we're gonna start doing this for people behind you or people who are just starting off. No, we're gonna do it mid-program during your hardest semester. I'm like, what? But yeah, it really is what it is. But thank you, JB. I'm gonna do it. Don't be scared, brother. That's just who I am. I'm always scared. And I thought, say hi, Galmer. Galmer? Welcome. Alright, gamers. I have to speedrun this. Again, I'm telling you, Cubs, everything I do is a speedrun. Right now, this 181-page document, we did a speedrun. We didn't even go through the whole thing. But it's our 5-hour speedrun. The clock is up there. The clock is during the uptime. Let's continue going through this silly list really quick. And then we'll probably wrap it up very soon. We'll do a little just chatting and we'll also find someone to raid. Because I have to get ready. So for those coming on in, I have an exam at 6:45, but I have to be there 15 minutes early. So I have to be there at 6:30, but it's on webcam and she wants us to dress formally. And my outfit apparently is not formal enough. So I have to pull out the blazer, you know, business on top, party on the bottom. So we'll see how that goes. But thank you so much again, Cheer, for the raid. Oh my goodness, gamer. I'm so sorry you caught me at this moment. I promise I'm fun. I play games. I don't normally do this kind of study stream. Formal wear for a webcam meeting. Yeah, it's supposed to be professional. This is fun. Thank you. You're learning. Thank you. Normally it's much more colorful too, but we're just like, all right, guys, this that. Normally we're in a cooler room. We're doing pomodoro together. But thank you, gamer. Alright, so we talked about stretching a muscle. The 5 facet dysfunctions we can list again really quick. Strain, restriction, painful entrapment, mechanical block, and chronic arthrosis. Nice. Chronic facet arthrosis. Yay, we're basically there, you know? Oh, which vertebra do you need to aim to paralyze zone? Oh, gamer. So the really cool thing is that you have options. Okay, do you want to make them tetra up? Do you just want to disable their legs? Or do you want to just disable their arms? Or sorry. Do you want to disable their legs? Or do you want to disable both their arms and legs? I got you. But you know what? Why paralyze them? Just kill them. Give them cervical instability. They won't know what hit them. Because then they'll realize that their ligaments are unstable. And when they sneeze, they'll die. So easy. Just give them a little... a friendly concussion. That's so metal. It's honestly like horrifying. It's so scary. Again, Cubs, if you ever have like whiplash or any motor vehicle accident where your neck jerks around, please get a physical therapist or any medical professional to assess the integrity of your your ligaments. So I was telling the Cubs the story because it's my favorite fun shock story. But TLDR, basically, if your ligaments are not doing what they're supposed to do, the dent, which is a bony process that comes off the vertebra, pushes into your spinal cord. So that whole sneeze story is true because the dent, basically a bone pushed into the spinal cord, and because it was so high up in the neck and the head, it pushed on their respiratory system, and unfortunately you need air to breathe, and when you mess with that system and you stop breathing, you kind of die. So funny, scary, but it's really important to know about it, I guess. Alright, explain how the multifidus isometric contraction works and what structures prevent blah, blah, blah. So multifidus contraction attaches to the capsule, so when the capsule gets stuck, we could do this contraction to basically get it unstuck. And there's different structures that help prevent it, such as the multifidus. It does help. The ligamentum flavum and the meniscoid. Da-dang. List 3. Hold on, this is gonna be my last one. Then I'll take a little thing. 3 is gonna be stress and strain of the sacroiliac joint. Let's see what else. Hypermobility, instability, and displacement. Da-dang. Oh go! Lost Crusader! I found you! Thank you so very much for the follow! Welcome to the Cup Club! Welcome! He says, did you hear about the man who had a slip disc and couldn't stop, you know? Oh? Oh, what? What? Bodies are so weird. It's crazy that can even happen from slipping a disc. It's just so horrifying. Not to be like stuck in a bubble being like, all right, Cubs, don't do anything. But it's like, oh, gosh darn it. I didn't know about that. The thing we were talking about earlier, which is not as spicy, I guess, if I'm interpreting it right, is you could lose bowel function. So basically, you don't have any control of your bladder anymore, depending on how low the spinal cord injury is, or like herniation or slippage or anything affecting like the quada equina. And the quada equina, by the way, is just a very fancy thing to say the tail end of your spinal cord. I would love to show you Cubs a photo, but every time you look it up, I think you get a lot of cadaver photos, and I just don't feel like showing dead bodies on the screen today. not that kind of vibe today. Oh my goodness. I'm so scared of something weird happening just from falling bad. Yeah, exactly. It's scary. Like literally this SI dysfunction thing that I was just talking about. I feel like a nerd speaking. I'm so sorry. Stop me. Just be like, I gotta go. I'll be like, okay. But we're talking about the sacroiliac joint dysfunction, and we're like, yeah, basically you could stress or strain your pelvis by just falling on your butt. And depending on how hard you fall, especially people who fall on the stairs or start bumping, and not bumping in a cool way in the club, I mean like bumping down the stairs, you can really damage your pelvis, you know? It's so spooky. You've seen enough dead bodies for a lifetime? Brother, me too. I've seen 12. I'm not a big fan. Cadavers, I guess, if that doesn't make it less morbid. Anyway, tell me everything you know about the ligamentous weakness of the lumbar spine. I can't. Why are there more disc injuries or herniations in the lumbar spine rather than the cervical spine? Remember, the cervical spine, there's several things, and I think there's 6, but I can't remember. Oof. Alright, the cervical spine, that area dries up when you are 30 years old. What also happens is that it's very structurally sound with the bony prominences of the unicate processes. What else, Cubs? Ooh. The nucleus puposal, your jelly-filled donut intervertebral disc, is more anterior in the cervical spine. Your posterior longitudinal ligaments actually wider in the cervical spine as well. Oh, and you bear less weight in the cervical spine and compared to the lumbar spine. You know, your lumbar spine is literally carrying a good chunk of your body, while, you know, your cervical is only your neck. So, the lumbar is basically the same, but vice versa, and your lumbar spine dries up around the age 40 to 50. Ta-dang! Okay, on this lovely topic, I have to go eat. Oh, sorry, gamer. Please have a good lunch, dinner, whatever the heck you're eating. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope to catch you later, gamer. It was nice talking to you. Hopefully I'll catch you on a time where I'm not like, yeah, I got an exam. Yeah, here I am. Oh my goodness. I send my regards. Have a good one. Luna says, I don't remember how many, but I visited the university med thingy when I was 17. Oh, gamer. That's a lot? Yeah. I don't know. How did they get you to look at that if you're just visiting or touring? Normally, they don't let you see the dead body. Like, you have to sign a waiver and basically all that junk, you know? Anyway. I respect the people who donate their body to science, but I don't know. Cadaver was something else. I was like, oh. Anyway. The 3 nines. Okay, so there's disorientation. There's the drop attacks. There's the dizziness. There's the dysphagia. There's the dysarthria. There's the dilation of pupils. What am I missing? And why did I not spell dilation right? Disorientation, drop attacks, dizziness, dysphagia. Oh, diplopia. Cubs, what are you missing? What are you missing? Drop attacks, dizziness, disorientation. Oh goodness. Diplopia. I'm like trying to use my
fake photographic memory to be like, oh yeah. The stress? Oh, and paresthesia. Ugh. So dumb. So dumb. Monte says I got to see dead bodies in high school. I didn't even study medicine for a career. Gamer. You know what I learned in high school, or I guess like very early undergrad, depending on how you go. I heard that people dissected like cats and whatnot, and I know it's like, Tippa, why are we talking about this? I don't know, I've only dissected frogs and whatnot, but people are like, yeah, I dissected cats and pigs, and I'm like, I don't think I could do anything like that. I feel like that's extreme. I already felt bad with the frog, you know what I mean? Wait, which one am I missing? Oh, the stress. There you go. I think I did pretty good. The stress. Disorientation. Okay, we'll get that. The stress! So now I really know it. Tell me everything you know about whiplash. I will. What's the treatment? Depends. Oh my goodness. What's your treatment approach with someone with low back pain? What is my treatment? Well, actually, it depends as well with the clinical practice guidelines and whatnot. What about neck pain? Depends. Low back pain? Depends. Syndromes? Ask me later. Alright. Yeah, I think if someone were to ask me what is the treatment approach for someone with low back pain, I would just say, hey, it depends. We'll use the clinical practice guidelines, and it depends on what level they are. And yeah, I'll just like word vomit. She'll have to love that. All right. Let's quickly, maybe in the next 15 minutes, zoom through the oral question sets 1 and 2. Tell me everything you know about the multifidus, origin ATM, so articular pillars of the cervical spine, the transverse processes of the everything, basically down the spine, and the mammillary process, and it also attaches to the posterior sacrum. Attaches to the spinous process above, dorsal rami spinal nerves, spinal extension. Okay, it does extension, side bending and rotation. Okay, easy. Transverse ligament of atlas, we talked about that in great detail. This is again, look, transverse ligament. This is the ligament I keep telling you, cubs, if you sneeze, you die. If you have cervical instability, which, okay. Alar ligaments help you with herniating. Ligamentum flavum has extra elastin, which is why it's yellow. Everything about the IV disc, brother, ask me that, I got you. Sorry, I'm scrolling. What is radiculopathy and how do you treat it and cause it? Or how do you cause it? What causes it? You don't want to cause it yourself. And how do you treat it? It's a condition due to pinching or compression of the nerve. Blah, 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 blah. Stenosis, bone spurs, herniated discs, etc. can cause these like tingling sensations. If it's MSK in nature, musculoskeletal, and not some other weird pathology, you can treat it through widening the foramen or widening the hole, basically. And education on proper posture, pretty pog. Sorry. Disc herniation. We talked about the stenosis over herniation when we're doing the equation about the nerve involvement. Let's see. Dermatones, please. I hope she doesn't ask me that, but knowing her, she will. And I'll just take the L. What's the difference between radiculopathy and myelopathy? Myelopathy is actual damage to the spinal cord. And how that's going to happen is that it could actually happen for a variety of reasons. It's just, in summary, something pushing the spinal cord, which is going to cause damage. And because it's directly the spinal cord, it's going to represent what upper motor neuron lesion symptoms. So hyperreflexia and getting all these positive Babinski tests, Hoffman's tests, inverted supinator sign, while radiculopathy is more peripheral. It's dealing with lower motor neuron symptoms, and this is going to be more hyporeflexia and other symptoms related to that. Ugh, word vomiting sucks. Quadratus lumborum, we talked about it briefly earlier when I was telling you is hip hiking muscle. Yep, posterior iliac crest helps you side bend and elevate. Yep. Forward head posture, bad. Arthrokinematics could tell you that. Clinical, what's normal motion?
normal characteristics of normal motion, because I am so normal, is that it takes place smoothly. There's an adequate relations between the antagonist muscles. So you have the agonist and antagonist muscles, basically the muscle in the front and the back, and they kind of counter each other. Range is full according to body type. It's pain-free, normal strength, and that the passive range of motion is more than the active. While the characteristics of abnormal motion is limited range, unwillingness to move, pain during or at range. Well, I didn't finish that. My brain stopped. Alright. Pain during or at the end range of motion, painful arc, they have like a trick motion, and signs of instability. Okay. Myofascial pattern for the cervical spine. You have side bend, and you observe their range of motion, and if it improves because you put the muscles in the slack, like maybe placing like pillows underneath their arms, they have a myofascial restriction. What are clinical signs of instability? This I'm just going to read out. We're speed running it, but these are really important because I know she will ask this. Inability to stay in one posture for a prolonged period of time. And this is like clinical signs of instability. This is really applicable to people who have like low back pain. And so during the history, while you're asking like, hey, what brings you in? They basically can't stay in one posture. Like sitting sucks for them. Pain is relieved with rest and change of position. During structural During structural assessment, increased muscle tone, presence of step, disappearance of muscle tone and step during prone lying. So this is again representing unstable step, unstable spondylolisthesis. During active range of motion, there's some juddering, and then when you go ask them to reach their toes and to come back up, they're having a lot of difficulty with forward bending, so they have to kind of climb back up. Grade 5 or 6 on passive range of motion and imaging. Okay, now we're zooming through this. Hold on. Okay. So this is asking to define manipulation. And again, it's a manual therapy technique of a continuum of skilled passive movements to the joints and related soft tissues that are applied at various speeds and amplitudes. That's all. Including a small amplitude, high velocity therapeutic motion. And that's going to be considered a thrust if it's within or at end range. Non-thrust manipulation, again, manipulation or thrusting is that like cracking the back sort of thing. Non-thrust is just something that does not involve that end range high amplitude, or sorry, high velocity, low amplitude, right? High velocity, okay. Scrolling. Oh, please don't ask this. I'm so scared for this test. Okay, now that I'm done complaining. Yeah, mechanical receptors, so posture, a change in posture, a thrust, and pain. Okay. Change in velocity, direction and velocity, adapt, posture, dynamic, hopping. Okay, sure. Stress strain curve, where you have the elastic and plastic region. We didn't actually talk about this too much. I felt like maybe we talked about it before. There's not too much to it. Just know the elastic range is that if you stretch like anywhere between this darker like a region, basically, it will return back to normal, while plastic, it will change. What happens is that micro failures will begin to occur in the tissue, which isn't necessarily a bad thing until you hit the ultimate failing point. Or necking, I guess. Necking would be like, hey brother, you can turn this around right now, and then you don't. And so you reach the ultimate failure point, and basically it's a rupture of that particular tissue. Or again, the example we were using earlier about like when someone sprains their ankle. Ba-bang. Oh. Absolute contraindications to lack of indication. Bone tumors, cancer
answer. No. Okay. Now we're in or. Okay, and then we got the tree. Okay, yay! All right, cuz we sped ran this, and when I mean sped ran it, I mean, I can only hope for the best. Hee hee ha ha ho ho. No, but seriously, that kind of sucked. Not that the stream sucked. It's just going through all that, like, whoa. But how do you call it? Let us go find someone to raid, because 1, I don't want you cubs to get hit with a net. 2, 2, 3, but thank you guys for joining me today. I'm so sorry that today's stream was a little Normally it's a little bit more organized, but I had been like asking, I'm like, please send me this, please, since like Monday, and then they replied today like, I just saw this. I'm like, you know what, that's fair, don't worry. I've been studying, not as productively, but I've been studying. So yay. So I really do apologize that this is not, gosh darn it. Someone I want to raid, I've been wanting to raid Sugoi for a really long time, but every time I catch her, she's sleeping. That's what happens when we're in like 12 hours time difference. Anyway, but yeah, I apologize that the organization wasn't quite there, and some things were maybe a little bit completely new to me. Tee-hee, ha-ha, ho-ho. But it's Daijo Booty, okay? I'll let you cubs know how the test goes tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting over it. And then we can focus on our finals for, let's see, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then after Thursday, cubs, we're free. Let's celebrate Friday, and then hopefully maybe sometime next week I'll get my business in order, and then hopefully I can, the week after finals, I can get a set date for the little pajama debut, making sure I have my other things set up that I wanted to change. Not everything's gonna change, but I would like a little small upfall to a few of the things that are, well, almost approaching 4 years old. Like my panels, which are done, but like other things, you know? But yeah, thank you, Monte. Thank you for the stream tip. Good luck on your exam. Thank you. I appreciate it, gamer. Thank you. Bravo, thank you as well. Best of luck. You got this. I'm so nervous, but it's okay. I'm always nervous. But I'm one of those people who have like legitimate nervousness. Like, it's not like, oh, I'm so nervous, and then I do well. I'm nervous, and then I'm like, oh, thank God it's done. Oh. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid someone new. Is that exciting? Hold on, let me make sure really quick. I want to raid Mona, but Mona's not new. Also, someone's doing something relatively chill as well, and I don't think I get to see them stream very often because I don't really stream at this time. Apparently they usually stream at 8 p.m, so gamer 8 p.m. PST? Oh, gamer, we're catching them at a good time then. But new people, Tippa Gross. Soon, TM. Soon. I can't wait to make all the friendos when I'm not buried in schoolwork. Oh my goodness. But I'm slowly gonna recruit people. I'm gonna recruit them through Galley now, and I'm gonna be like, we're friends now. Oh my goodness. But thank you guys for joining it. I promise I'm a gamer, so if you're new here, feel free to join the Discord I ping when I go live, and on Tuesdays we have anime night where we're watching the Melancholy Power Who Sees the Mia, we're watching Delicious in Dungeon, we're watching Spice and Wolf, and we will eventually watch Demon Slayer as soon as that comes out in May. Feel free to check out the Twitter. I have my schedule pinned, and unfortunately, it is a schedule full of studying, but you know, it is what it is because it is the week before finals, so I would hope you would forgive me, right? But yeah, tomorrow we'll be back with probably Pomodoro in the blue room and hanging out from there because there's some stuff that I'd like to listen to lecture wise, so we're keeping it very varied this week, so I guess you guys will never be bored of a study stream. But
hopefully, like I said, next week after finals, we'll get to celebrate. How we're gonna celebrate, I have no idea. I don't know if we should just do like a little special stream, or maybe I should just kind of continue my my whatever. I can also do a poll, you know? I can ask and do a poll and be like, hey Cubs, what do you like? Do you like do you like pancakes? Do you like French toast? Do you like Metal Gear or Elden Ring right now? I think that would be a really hard pick, huh? I think that's a pretty even poll, but we'll see how that goes. And then also feel free to check out the socials. It's the official socials. Not like there's any unofficial ones, but you know, gotta cover the bases. But yeah, it has the TikToks, the YouTubes. I actually uploaded a clip today. It's not like really a formal clip. It's another like silly content warning clip, but I thought it was funny and fun. So please feel free to check it out. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. Please have a wonderful rest of your day, your afternoon, and all that jazz. We're gonna go ahead and raid Daifuku 381. I think I've been following them for quite some time. I think this is like the first time I do actually get to catch them. They were actually a Daifuku, so it's like the mochi with the strawberry in it. But recently, and I say recently, this could be like a few months ago to be honest. But recently they debuted it, and they're a beautiful not strawberry. So we'll take it from there, folks. But yeah, hopefully I get to see you Cubs sometime tomorrow. But if I don't catch you tomorrow, I'll catch you Friday. And if I don't catch you Friday, heck. I wish you the absolute best rest of your day, best rest of your week. And if I don't catch you at all, please have a good weekend. Until next time, okay? Okay, bye! I feel like there's something else I have to say. Not important. Bye!